that's great. I don't care if your kids don't like it, man. I think it's great.
Yeah, I know, man. They cringe. They run away from me whenever I do that. But you know what's funny is my oldest son. He's 25. He and I, where were we? We both were riffing off of each other, doing Christopher Walken. Oh, it was I went over to babysit, and he and his wife were going out, and something was said, and I started, and then he started, and we just went off on each other. It was great. But yeah, I apologize for kind of ranting there, Jesse. But I mean, I'm very very passionate about this topic, and I have just not been impressed with the science that's out there. And then guys, not I won't say guys like you just yet, but Ruhif and all these knuckleheads who just think they know what they're talking about because they've written a book.
Well, and that's why, the mirages are really confusing to a lot of people.
I think that that's true if you approach it with. See, when I started this, I had no previous experience except for the driving down the road bit, right? And I just never thought about it. I just noticed it and thought, oh, that's interesting stuff. But if it's only confusing if you think that you understand what it is and then you see it do something that it doesn't do, that you thought it should do, then it's like, what? That does not compute. Does not compute.
It's only confusing because you're using this to try to refute things that have been known for at least 2,500 years. But
So, for example, could you give me an example picture that does not make sense with the vertical density gradient stack up model and the ray tracing model?
I don't even understand. So I think what would be helpful is if we wanted to do this discussion is for you to, I don't know, walk through what you think the ray tracing model is, because again, I don't believe rays exist. I don't believe they can be traced. So to me, you're asking about how to draw uh, a dragon in, small. You're like, well,
rays can't be traced. Did you just say that?
So Jesse, I mean, I'd love to give you an example of something. I just don't know that it's going to be specific to what you're asking for per se, because I don't have anything necessarily that's confusing to me at this point. I might be wrong on my interpretation, right? But
Well, do you have something that you don't think can be explained by the ray model of light and the density gradient model of air?
I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what you would like. I've always asked someone who says makes a claim about a gradient, or let's say somebody says, well, looming is da 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 da. I did this the other day. I don't know if it was with Ruhif or somebody else, and I said, can you show me a picture of this? And all I got was Gish Gallop redefinitions, just telling me what it is. I'm like, I'd like to see. Oh yeah, they're like, oh well, scientific papers aren't written that way. They're just written with the content and the research and blah blah blah. I'm like, well, that's great. I want to know what this looks like in real life. And these guys, it was just like a glitch. They just couldn't understand why I would actually ask for some ridiculous notion as to see a picture of what you're saying is happening. So I still don't know what, like, I guess, like, why don't you find a comfortable picture that you think you could describe what you think is happening? You know what I mean? That way I could then say, okay, I see what Jesse's saying. How would that work if I'm looking through my photo? Like, because otherwise, I mean, I can bring up a photo that I've taken and just tell you what I think is happening. I make absolutely zero claim about bending light, tracing, ray, blah. Absolutely zero.
Except that somehow the light doesn't take a straight path from the source to the observer.
I don't say that. I don't say that at all. I see it right in front of me. The target is right in front of me. That's a direct line of sight.
But then an hour later, it might appear a a degree above you or a degree.
No, that's only detectable when you zoom in. So when I go out to the Chesapeake Bay and I look out 9 miles away to Earlville, it's at quote unquote eye level. I just have to like if I'm looking at my feet and then I raise my head and just comfortably stand there, all akimbo, the shoreline is at my eye level. Now, when I zoom in and take a picture, the field of view is affected by the lenses that are occurring throughout that corridor. And if I go out the next day, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to relax, take a few breaths, head down, raise my head and say, let's begin. Let us begin.
Because your head is perfectly attuned to 90 degrees, right?
So that when I look ahead again, Jesse, the target is directly in front of me. And then when I go to set up my camera and take the picture the way I set it up, the field of view is going to be completely different. But the long distance observation is always directly in front of me.
But perfectly at 90 degrees because you're measuring that with your neck.
Does that make sense, Jesse?
I'm not sure I followed.
Okay.
But
I mean, it's a detailed technical discussion. I mean, I have no problem talking about it right now, but that's me. I mean, if you said that you had to go earlier, but you've been hanging around, which I think means that you're enjoying the discussion, which is fine and great. So I have one on my phone faster than I have one. I'll put this in the chat real quick. If anybody else wants to talk and say something, go ahead. I'm going to go on mute for a second while I look for this image, and I'm going to post it in the drop chat.
Yeah, Jesse, it's great to have you popping around like this, just kind of off the cuff,
Yeah.
It's always great when you pop around. We always have interesting leading conversations, I feel. We touched on stuff earlier, like the religious stuff. I don't get involved in religious conversations because I don't hold religious beliefs. But yeah, that was a really interesting conversation, I felt. And we've been touching on a few of my photographs.
Yes, here.
Working stuff out. Right, Jin, how you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm just agreeing with what you're saying. When Jesse's in, it's always interesting.
Yeah.
It doesn't get heated. It doesn't get heated at all, really. It's just
we
hammering songs.
We try and stay away from the going toe to toe, and it's just pointless. It's old, Jin. The arguing and the bickering and the round and round in pointless circular arguments. It's just old. We're trying to do something different and keep the tone civil, keep it nice, and try and be respectful to each other. At the end of the day, we're all people looking for our answers.
Yeah. And when you know, you know. That's all.
And I know.
Yeah. And you think you know.
Sure you do.
Well, I was just illustrating, we all feel like we know when we know. The problem is, if you looked at all the things that we all think we know, some of them are contradictory.
Yep.
Lack of curvature, there's no contradiction there, I'll tell you that.
Chin, did you go out and do the Eratosthenes experiment yesterday, like I asked you?
I don't really need to do that. We've got better ways of doing it.
You don't need information.
That's just way too old. Since we're talking about old, that is way too old.
Way too old. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
We've got better ways of doing it now.
Jen, hang on a minute. Shill, did you just listen to the sentences I just spoke? At all?
Listen, I asked Jen a very simple question.
So why are you jumping in both feet? Why don't you just gently wind into the conversation, Shill, instead of jumping in with both feet?
Jen said there's no evidence, so I just asked him a simple question.
There's no evidence for it.
I asked you a simple question, and you said whatever you said. So
clear statement. There is not a single degree of curvature that can be measured with my eyeballs or with the latest cutting-edge technology. So you're in trouble there.
Well, you don't need latest cutting edge technology.
You haven't been able to present any today. I haven't seen any of your photographs of your curvature. You haven't presented one.
I told you how to.
That you took after you've done your.
I told you how to do it, Jen.
Why don't you go
didn't.
out and do it yourself, Shill?
I did.
Yeah. Show me. Bring back the result.
I did.
I've already done that.
I was
shit.
within
Go
5%
out
of
and
the actual.
Please bring me the result.
No,
You know what I asked in Jen Pandas?
I thought. Hold on a second. I
Don't
thought
bring me the results of your
Hold on a second.
Jen, give Shill chance to respond, please.
I thought this was. I thought the rallying cry of flat earthers was do your own research.
So have you got those photographs you claim you've taken?
Well, no, I mean do your own research.
I just want to jump in just real quick.
Do it yourself.
Just real quick. Jesse and I were having a beautiful conversation.
Absolutely.
Right now, since you started, because Jin decided to interact with you, it's been tumultuous. So
well, I can't help it
if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, that's okay.
And you
if you wouldn't mind,
right through Travis there, Shill.
Well, he's accusing me, and it's not my fault that Jin is evading the question.
Okay, if this is going to become like it's going to carry on like this, then I'm going to head to bed, guys.
No, Beer Man. The conversation between Jesse and Travis is going to continue if they are both willing. Jin and Paid are going to take a back seat. They can both go on mute, or if they can keep disciplined, self-disciplined, they can even have their mics open. But Jin, this was a breather while Travis went to find some reference material for Jesse to have a look at. So please let Jesse and Travis continue. If you would, gentlemen, please.
So I started sharing my screen. If you want to take a look at the images that I have there.
Yeah, and I opened them in my browser too.
Okay. So these images, we'll do the 3-panel one that has the white red roofed house.
Okay.
And thankfully there is a radio antenna there to the left that I try to line up so that I have the orientation as close as I can to frame my shot. Now this is zoomed in. All of these images are the same focal length.
Just let me say, this is some superb data. I really appreciate this.
Oh, well, I appreciate that that accolade. Thank you. As I said, this is the same focal length. It's full optical zoom, and I'm sure you know that when you try to aim at something with full optical, the slightest nudge or adjustment to your camera, you can lose that orientation. So, as I said, I try to get this antenna oriented the same spot as much as I can. But
no, you did good.
Thanks. What we're going to notice here is that if I tried to line up anything else, everything else would be off. So the middle is the most severe demonstration that we have here. That we have the displacement of the house is higher, apparently, than the other two houses, and my position as an observer is exactly the same position. I'm not higher, I'm not lower, I'm not closer, I'm not farther away.
Yeah, I don't doubt any of that. I have no doubt that you stood in the exact same spot with the same camera and took all these 3 pictures.
Okay. So if you look over to the third image on the right, that is the clearest image that I have of this house in 4 years of shooting. I might have 1 or 2 of comparable, but to the very right, you can see this red roof pavilion. And right in front of that pavilion, that is a boat dock. And that's right on the shoreline. So we have a 5.87 mile line of sight shore to shore observation here. Now, if you go up to the middle, you can see that my field of view is actually wider. I have a much wider expanse of tree and shoreline to the right of that pavilion. But you are gonna be hard pressed to really resolve anything at the apparent shoreline. It just looks like a brown line. But that as well is a direct line of sight to the shoreline. Now you can see that even here the lens of this target is different because let's do the images as A, B, and C. A is to the left, B is in the middle, C is to the right. The texture of the water is clearly different in each of them. And the distance of the water is different in each of them. But in each of them, the same distance of water exists within that same reality.
How many miles did you say this was to that nice, pretty red and white house?
5.87.
Okay.
So again, this is just an example that the field of view is dependent upon the conditions of the day. Trying to remember. Okay, so you were asking a question if I could show you something. So is there anything in here that you think you'd like to maybe just describe from your perspective?
All the vertical anomalies make perfect sense when I look at it as vertically stacks of horizontal air temperatures which form gradients along the vertical axis, which would cause different parts of the view to appear displaced up or down.
Are you taking it for granted that the entire corridor is uniform?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Would the temperature and air pressure and humidity be the same where the house is as it is where I am?
The temperature would almost certainly not be exactly the same. The pressure would be very, very, very close unless there was a wind, because if there's a difference in pressure, there has to be wind. You can't have a difference in pressure without a boundary of some sort in that axis.
Okay.
According to the laws of hydrostatic fluids and stuff, whatever. But
okay.
The temperature could and almost certainly is some different, and is quite likely to be drastically different. As
okay. Anything? Okay, so it seems like you're pretty comfortable with what you're seeing. It seems like you said this is exactly what I would expect to see.
So what I haven't done is analyzed right to left displacements. If you're saying there's left to right displacements, then I would want to look at the original unedited, uncropped pictures right from the camera and really do some deep analysis on it. But as far as the vertical anomalies, it all fits the way I understand it working perfectly.
So if you notice
Where did you go? Where did he go?
Really see a difference.
Oh, say that again. You cut out and then came back.
Yeah, I see that. Okay. Yeah, for some reason my Discord crashed and then restarted.
Mine did that earlier. I think they do rolling updates like they do rolling blackouts for poor Ian.
So if we look at pictures B and C, the antenna is clearly compressed.
Travis, your stream's closed. When you dropped out, your stream closed, so you can start your screen share again, please.
Okay.
I still got my browser window open to that, though.
We got it back, DP?
Yeah.
All right, so just a cursory glance, I can clearly see that the antenna on B is compressed more than the antenna on C.
Yeah, I think I'd have to count pixels, but I would not dispute that.
So that's a vertical displacement. Now, the point that I'm going to make is that if we go along the shore, if we drop down to the shoreline underneath that antenna, and then go over to we're still in frame B. Drop the cursor down to the shoreline, go over to the pavilion, I have, as I said, an expanse of trees to the right
Okay.
that's much different than the image on the left to picture A. I'm not gonna go over to picture C because I think that this was a cropped image. I had 6 panes in a row, so picture C is different. I think it was cropped too much, but nonetheless, I would feel comfortable saying that there's a difference between that expanse of the pavilion to the right of the picture frame. But how do you feel about the magnification that's in the images?
I've seen stuff like that myself, and it makes perfect sense. It's exactly what I would expect.
So you don't have a problem saying that the medium acts as a lens that magnifies?
Not in the vertical axis. Yeah, no, I have no problem saying that the density gradient induced by temperature gradient can bend light rays in such a way that parts of the image will be magnified and other parts will be shrunk. So if you look at your panel B in the middle, the water part is magnified vertically, but the house and the hill is all shrunk vertically, and as well as the antenna. And to me, that all makes perfect sense.
See, I wouldn't describe the water in B as magnified.
Well, it sure looks a lot bigger to me. But anyway.
Do you mean deeper?
Well, it takes up almost half the picture vertically in the vertical axis, whereas in the other two, it takes up.
Right. So that's why that's why I said deeper. So that's what I was describing to you before about the Aether band. The lenses that exist between you and the target are going to drop that target into the background. So it's, to me, that's not a magnification. It's an extension. Because the magnification, I would say, would be on the left image. The left image is much more magnified than, or let me say this, A is much more magnified than B and C. And I can clearly say that comfortably for myself because the texture of the water is larger. Whereas in the middle frame, that texture is much, much smaller, very, very acute. You cannot make out the kinds of waves that you do in A and C.
Wouldn't the texture kind of depend on like what kind of winds and waves and stuff are on it?
I don't think that that's a variable to discount, but I think that the way that I would describe this now with Ian's help is that those appearances are much more attributable to the layers of lensing that happen. So if you look at B and you start at the very bottom, we have that almost white color transition into a blue color with a very thin dark line and then light blue and then another dark line and then light blue. Those are going to be the lensings that happen between you and that target. So it's almost like you're looking through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 panes of glass.
So why don't they show up on the hill beyond the trees and stuff?
Elevation. But you still have that compression of the antenna in B. It seems to be compressed.
Right.
So there's still, so that they still have an effect to some degree, but I do believe that the angle, just like if you're looking at a boat on the horizon and you can clearly see the people standing on the deck and but you can't necessarily resolve the hull. The hull is there. It's just smashed into a more acute angle. So anything above that point of focus is a higher elevation, and that's going to absolutely change throughout that corridor.
So, and I've seen these light and dark bands in my own photos from on water. But why don't we see those like looking out on, in those parts of the countries where there's just thousands of acres of nice smooth mowed hayfields or whatever, and you look out and it's just green. You don't see those light and dark bands. Shouldn't the lenses do the same thing there?
I think that they would. I've just come across the way that Beerman has introduced this additional information. So I've seen it more over water because that's where I've been taking my images. So I've not taken as many images out in landscapes. Mine are more waterscapes. I would. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just interject here something? I mean, this could classically be what we term heat haze on a road. Could be this effect. I mean, it seemed to be the same effect in the videos we were watching earlier that you were showing, Travis. It seemed to be that heat haze effect over the water. So if you're asking for an effect similar over a landmass, well, that effect over the water seemed to be that heat haze effect that we get over roads, over hot surfaces, the roof of your car.
And I think to say that if I were to have taken a video on this day of this same target, the picture B would have been much, much more dynamic and active. There would have been a strong indication of energy flowing across the field of view.
Like looking across the hood of a hot car, right?
Yeah, but I think that my recollection of doing that is that the heat is rising, whereas it almost looks like there's a wind blowing across the landscape. So it's more of a lateral direction rather than a vertical, if I'm making myself clear. So to me, a heat haze is again more vertical in its expression. And these occurrences where the energy in the air is active, it's lateral, left or right. It's not vertical up and down. As far as I can recall from what I'm trying to communicate. I mean, if they're, you know what I'll do is continue to look through footage. I'll try to pay attention to see if I can detect anything that might help me give examples of either both happening or just solidify the fact that it's only a lateral direction. If you want to look at the other image, or does anybody have any questions at all? Anybody from the audience? So if we look at the second set of images, it's going to be the 9-mile distance to Earlville. Now this isn't the one where I have another 3-image photo where I found a niche in the tree line that you could clearly see was a pattern in all 3 images. So I would circle that. So it would almost be like the antenna. Now the text says that all focal lengths are 214 millimeter, and they're all taken from the same position, same shoreline, same camera height. Now, in this situation, I've got a moving target, which is the channel marker, so it's a little bit more difficult to orient things. But I also have the cape to the left. You can clearly see the difference in tone. That left land is a Turkey Point Cape, and then behind that is the Earlville 9 miles away. So then in photograph B, you can clearly see Turkey Point there. And then even though I oriented the channel marker to the right middle frame, which is where I try to keep it as well, you can see that Turkey Point isn't available in the frame.
So let's see. I'm seeing 2 different types of channel markers here.
Yeah, they're seasonal. I don't know why they switched the The one on the right is from spring to fall, maybe late fall, and then for some reason in the wintertime they changed to the cylinder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's still channel marker 17. If I could show you other images of the what would you say that one is, a tower? I don't even know how the one that's not a cylinder. They both have a designation 17 on it. So again, in each of these images, we're looking to the same shoreline, 9 miles away. So in photograph B, we have an inferior mirage, but we have a larger.
Oh, can you do something for me?
Sure.
I think I see where the middle and the right images overlap. Put your mouse underneath, or at the tree line, underneath THN lengths. Okay, now move it to the left a tiny bit. See those two peaks you just went between?
Uh-huh.
Are those the two peaks on the left of the right-hand image?
Those are the two peaks.
I'm just trying to.
Are you gonna suggest that it's right here, maybe?
Well, I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, the thing is that I picked the very first set of threes that I saw in my camera's library. I could find the one that actually has the tree line that's better defined than this, but maybe we could save that for another time because
that's okay. I was trying to match it up.
Well, what we can do, I think, is
I'm a matcher upper.
No, that's fine. So what I think we could do is line up the house. So are you looking at the screen right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at your shared screen.
Okay. So this house right here with this tree line right here, you can see those dark trees right here.
Okay, yeah.
And then you've got this house with the crested.
Oh, I recognize that pattern on the other one. Okay, so the boundary is where I thought it was.
Okay, so it's about right here. I would say that this house and tree line is right here.
Right. So those twin peaks I had you at is what's at the left of the right-hand picture.
Oh, you went to the right? I thought you said left. So maybe I was looking over here at this one, trying to orient myself that way.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at the right place. I misunderstood what you said. But okay, so yeah.
Okay, right, good enough.
Right?
Carry on.
No, that's okay. So in this image here, we've got an inferior mirage, and so the top of the house is physical. The bottom is the mirage, and then we've got this very, very, very lateral or horizontal presentation, whereas it looks like this is a higher angle, right? And then this one is much flatter going into the distance. But you've got the entire house right here. And I looked up this house on Google Earth, and there's about 60 feet of grass between the shoreline and the house. So this house's apparent position, apparent. This house's apparent position is 60 feet off the shore and at an elevation, that I can't necessarily guess. But within that line where the water apparently goes up to the house, that's the shoreline. If you were standing there on the shoreline, we would be looking straight at each other, but we wouldn't be able to see each other because of the resolution that's
yeah. How far is that house?
9 miles away.
Okay.
So if you can see what I was trying to express before, here's the channel marker, and then you've got a very acute angle till the end of the water here. It's just almost done.
It's almost on the horizon.
Right. So you've got a tremendous amount of compression with foreshortening there. You've got, I do know because I flew my drone out to the marker. It's 500 meters away from the shoreline, so it's about a quarter mile away-ish, right? So if this marker is a quarter mile away, then within this degree of angle, you've got 8 3/4 mile. That's all 8 3/4 of a mile. All as well expressing foreshortening. that you have got distance being compressed into smaller and smaller increments. But here, we've got a much more obtuse angle to the apparent horizon. And then this one as well, you've got a straight line of sight down to the shoreline, but this is much more active. So in this one, this is one of the same situation as this middle house here. This image here, you can see how distorted and blurry it is. I'm telling you that if I had a video of this, you would see the air just moving. This is the same thing here. This is a very dynamic environment.
So go back to your other picture. So which picture would you say most accurately represents the physical dimensional reality of the scene?
Yes.
Good answer.
They're all correct.
No, the physical dimensional. In other words, if you went over and measured that house, the width and the height, you'd say, okay, I got a width and a height ratio. And you look in these pictures, one of these pictures more closely represents the width and height ratio of that house than a different picture, right?
So I suppose I would just choose what I think is the more crisp image, the one that has as little distortion to it, and that would be C.
Yeah, me too.
Does anybody have any thoughts that they want to add to it?
No, I was just thinking that also the fact that by the time you got over to the house to measure the three-dimensional aspects of that house, it wouldn't be suffering the refraction that you're seeing in the pictures anyway. So every time you measure that house, oh yeah, it would relate to the C, wouldn't it? Yeah.
In reality, that house would be way smaller.
Well, actually, that's a testable claim, because you can like zoom in at full zoom with your P900 and take a picture of, say, a coin, or actually a ping pong ball around a perfectly spherical object at a known distance of a known diameter. Then you can calculate the pixels per degree, and so you can take a picture of a house or something, and you can actually then measure the angular size of that house as the light reaches the camera.
So I'm still saying that that's a 2D image. You only seeing 3D until that lensing effect is taking place. That house is in the lens.
Well, images are 2D, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're looking now, you can zoom, for instance, till that point, but you can zoom all the way to that lens, but you can't go into that house because that house is in a 2D image because it's in the lens itself.
Well, what if it starts to get dark and they've got the lights on in that house?
That won't help. If there's a boat before the lens takes place, you'll be able to zoom into that boat. You'll be able to, if they got a radio in there, if you got a super zoom telescope, you'll be able to see what station they're listening to. But you won't be able to zoom into that house and go see what they're watching on TV. You'll only be able to enlarge the image that the lens is providing you.
That's really profound.
What if they shone a flashlight out of that house, that window house at me? Would I be able to see that?
You'll probably see the flashing, but that is, you'll still only be able to magnify or zoom and make that flash larger. You won't be able to go and see where that light was made from. You won't be able to see any details on that flashlight.
I don't know about all that.
Oh, you can go try zoom in. If you can prove that to me, then you've proved me wrong. But yeah, you won't be able to zoom into that house. You'll only be able to make it bigger. Not even
I finally understood. I finally understood a little bit more about what you mean by the 2D versus 3D when you explained it that way. That was very helpful.
Cool.
I guess my question is, so let's say we have a house. How far does the house have to be before I can't zoom in the window anymore?
So if it's within before the focus point, what I call the focus point, then you'll be able to zoom into it. If it's past the focus point, it's a 2D image with 3D perception. It looks like it's got depth perception, but you can't physically zoom to it. You're only zooming to that lens.
I think that's an untestable claim, but let's see.
It's not untestable. It is testable.
So if it was, say, a mile away,
Yeah,
But
as
I-
long as if it's within.
but how would I
before
know
the
if I?
focus point.
How would I know if it's within that lens?
If
Because you can see
couldn't-
it.
Yeah. Well, plus, wouldn't you? It would be putting Ian's claim to the challenge. If you could zoom in to it, how would you say it, Ian? If you could do it as a 3D image, then you're not at the appropriate distance,
So
right?
you
So
can
you're within a. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, well, so again, it's just like looking at a mirage, Jesse. If you have a mirage in your line of sight and you squat down, you're going to completely change that horizontal appearance. And if you also walked closer to that mirage, it's almost like walking to the horizon. You're never going to get there. It's going to keep ahead of you. The mirage would change with your changing position. So if you had a target that was a mile away and you're thinking about these things, I would say you would have less two-dimensional interaction and more three-dimensional. But if you increased your distance and moved farther away, then at some point you're gonna bring in a two-dimensional concept or lens, I suppose, rather.
So I guess that's why the claim is untestable, because I could go out, pick some target, zoom in, look inside the window, and I could say, see, I can see inside, and you could say, well, obviously it's inside your lens. You have to go farther. So then I go pick a farther sight if I could zoom in, and if I can see inside the window, all you got to do is say, well, it's obviously inside your lens. So how is the claim even testable? Because the lens we can't tell where the lens is, except if we can see inside the window, we know we're within the lens. I guess, yeah, how do you see the point?
see what you're saying, but you will notice that the when you're zooming into that house, it'll most likely just get heavily pixelated. So that's what I'm saying. If you take the highest definition, that Himawari telescope, if you can get that from Hollywood, bring that here, and then zoom into the house. Yeah, you should, because that will be super high definition. You should be able to see what they're watching on that TV
And
or
also,
reading a book.
does predictability make it testable, Jesse? If you're able to predict something within these boundaries that we're talking about here, surely that makes it testable. I mean, Ruhev's always talking about predictions, and his model predicts that and this, and so if Beerman or Travis are able to predict where and when this, can I call it a lensing effect, Beerman? Would that be accurate?
That's
Yeah.
perfect. That's fine.
Where this lensing effect would take place, then they've predicted it, it takes place, so reasoning stands that maybe this is the path we need to be treading.
So what is the predictive power? I mean,
All I'm trying to substantiate is, if it was predictable, would that then be testing it? If you made the prediction and the prediction was right, would that be then testing the theory?
It's in a way.
Well, how?
I mean, there's situations where a totally wrong theory still has some predictive power. It's not a power, but it gives the appearance of predictiveness to some degree.
Like eclipse, that's a good example, isn't it?
I could say I
it's
predict
just on a cycle.
Right. Well, I mean, and I
Yeah,
could even
right.
say, I could say, I predict I'm going to flip this coin and I'm going to get a heads. Well, I've got a 50-50 chance. So I
Well-
flip it, and let's just say I got heads. Does that mean I knew what I was getting?
Right.
It
Okay. Well,
doesn't.
you're talking about a 50-50 option there.
Right,
So
right.
You've got a 50-50 chance. Either you're right or you're wrong. This is a little bit more complicated than flipping a coin.
Right. So I guess what would the predictive? I mean, could you? What day do I need to go to that spot to see that condition, or what do I need to go to the spot that to see the other condition? Because it, even from the same location to the same target, it changes.
What about creating the conditions that enable you to see this lensing effect? If a prediction is made that I can create these conditions and I see this lensing effect under these conditions, then surely it's the conditions that are causing the lensing effect, and therefore, hey presto, we're on the right path.
That's an interesting but not a strong approach, because just because I can, or you can, someone can recreate or can create a mechanism which causes a similar effect doesn't mean that that's the only thing that can cause that effect, nor does it mean that is the thing that's causing that effect.
Well, surely then it's a case of reverse engineering what you've found and trying to find out what else would cause this effect that you've created the conditions to.
Right, and I'm all
affect. So you've created the conditions to affect an effect, and you've witnessed.
I think that wouldn't it be effect and affect?
Yeah, maybe I've got it back to front, but again, it's like 1:45 in the morning here. So.
Oh.
Affect is the verb, effect is the noun, if that's what you're trying to understand.
Yeah.
So to effect means to bring about or to cause to happen, right?
No, you just did the opposite of what I said. How is this going to affect our relationship? Well, if you go out with her, the effect is I ain't gonna talk to you anymore. A before E. The action causes the effect. A-E. Think about it that way. That was pretty good. I just made that up right now. Hey, if you guys don't mind, this is some amazing, glorious footage that I'm sharing. This is a dynamic Fata Morgana.
Looks like it's on a dynamic tripod.
Well, thanks. I appreciate your kind.
I feel your pain.
No, yeah. Well, I can't remember what the conditions are. I don't think it was a windy day, but like I said, when you zoom in, So the Fata Morgana is a subset of a superior mirage. Now, I've been so bold as to make the claim that superior mirages, as they have been described to us, do not exist. It is my opinion, based on at least evidence that I think that I have collected, I can prove from my claim that all mirages are inferior mirages, regardless of how they look. Regardless of how they say, well, look at that. That's exactly what that is. I don't think so. So I know that this is not the greatest of conditions. The milkiness of the day was the milkiness of the conditions, and this dynamic blurring is just the condition. So this is not any fault of the camera per se. I suppose, though. I suppose I could have changed the setting for the lighting, but anyway. So if we look here, trying to think. I don't want to lead you. If anybody wants to interrupt me, I felt like somebody wants to ask a question or say something right now. But if you do want to interrupt me, feel free to just interact.
Can I point out the mirroring lines?
Well, don't do that just yet.
I love doing that. It's such fun working out where the mirroring lines are in.
So let me try to lead you. Let me try to lead you as well I can without leading the witness too much. We've got the water here, and we've got a tree line here. When we get to this part right here and this part right here, what do you think we're looking at? Does it have enough definition at all? I can pull up a different image, but this one has two images.
I think I can see what we're looking at, Jesse. What do you think we're looking at?
I can see it. Yeah. Oh,
No,
what is it?
no, but how would you describe it? Like, what would you describe this? Like, you could say, oh, if I were to give you this picture and you were to walk someone through it, you've got the water right here, you've got trees right here, and then when you get down to this color, what do you think this is?
So can I answer, or are you asking them?
I'm asking anyone, and we can take turns if anyone wants to add or edit.
Jesse, do you want to go first?
Well, I would say there's definitely a lot of refraction going on, and there's mirroring due to that refraction, and there's different layers of refraction, so they're all working together. I can't quite tell without seeing more of the context what is being refracted to appear as a white smoke line. But it could be a sandy beach, it could be a plume of smoke. But there's obviously that highly stretched, vertically stretched band there where basically there's no
Right here?
detail. Yeah,
Right
yeah.
here?
Yeah, where there's no detail, and the detail at the bottom of it is more or less a mirroring of the edge of the detail at the top of it.
Okay, great.
I'm going to go with your first inclination there, Jesse. I think it's the beach. That looks like a gator's mouth.
Okay, I actually have a great pareidolia in another location from this day. It looks like a llama to me, but I mean the face of a llama, but laid on its side. It's pretty impressive. Okay, so Ian, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, so I posted that video 57 past the hour, but it's about 2 hours ago now, that mirroring top to bottom. So I did a little experiment there with the glass bowl. So this is what I'm saying is that curve where the bottom and the top, where it comes from the bottom and bends up to the top to form that dome that I claim is going around us. That curve is just at a much larger angle, and that's why we're seeing the top to bottom stretching. Like in my experiment, just remember my experiment, the bowl is shaped towards us, so just reverse it. That's why the bowl image will be reversed of what we're seeing here. But yeah, just reverse that image, and that's what we're seeing.
Okay. So Jesse, going back, because you said something specifically that I thought I would want to highlight, and I can't remember how you said it, but how would you correlate this image with this image? How would you describe their relationship?
Well, again, I would need to see either it change or more context to the picture to know what's actually, but I can tell you what it looks like without that.
Did you drop out?
No, I'm just watching since you started playing it. I'm trying to gain more clues.
Yeah, because I keep moving around, so but
Well, anyway, what was your question?
my question, you said something that I found specific in your initial response that now we're going to have to go fishing for. But I'm trying to ask you, what's the relationship between this apparent, you said it was white, but to me it's more beige, tan.
Yeah, cream.
Okay, yeah.
Dark cream.
Right. And you seem to say that there was a top and a bottom, or a upper and lower. So Did you see something that you could correlate that way?
To me, it looks like there's kind of a mirroring line there, and to
Where
some
would
degree.
you put the mirroring line if you can see my mouse? Where would you have me stop it? Or
Oh, and there may be several, but the one I see can go down, down, stop, right in, oops, up a little bit. Yeah, just basically between those two.
Okay. So that's called the vanishing line, or if other references call it a fold line. It's where the image on top is the physical, and the image below that is the mirage in an inferior mirage. However, because this is a dynamic system here, this is, I would say, again, because in a paper that Andrew Thomas Young wrote, trying to remember what the title of it is, I don't know. I think it was just a Fata Morgana on Lake Geneva, something like that. I've got it in my refraction folder somewhere, but I think it was on Lake Geneva in Switzerland, and it was a Fata Morgana. There's enough evidence that I have here that the description and images of a Fata Morgana that they outlined in their paper, this is a Fata Morgana event. The Fata Morgana event is a subset of a superior mirage. So this then would have to be the physical, and this is the mirage.
Right, and that makes perfect sense to me in my paradigm.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if it kept all those windows open. I'm going to go back to another image that I was playing earlier here. This is Carpenter's Point. We can see the dynamic system moving right to left. We can see, the tree line here, the tree line here. We can see some brown here. We can see just this crazy filter going on right here. This is a farther distance than this. Okay, so I'm going to just stop this right here. So again, we have the water here, the water here, the water here. The water stops. We have brown striations of, just indistinguishable. What would you describe that part as? This part right here, this entire band.
more vertical stretching to the degree of mirroring almost.
Okay, but what would you describe? Okay, so if we have the water here, the tree line here, what would this be here?
The shoreline.
Okay, the shoreline. Yeah, the shoreline. Okay. Now, you see how large this shoreline is? How much of an angular size it takes up in your field of view?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So I don't know if this is the like I said, I have so many videos here. But what I want you to try to pay attention to is what the right side does as it moves right to left. I'm going to go up. I'm just going to play this. Maybe I should just play it in high speed. Go 8 times. Do you see what's happening to the shoreline?
Oh, I was watching over on the right, but yeah, yep.
So this shoreline here that is so large and grand is going to be replaced by the water. Now, because this is the same effect as this is, in my opinion, the shoreline is actually up here. This is all water right here. This
You
is
need to get
all-
you need to get a theodolite, man. It would aid your studies.
You wouldn't be able to see through that with the theodolite.
Well, no, but you could still tell what direction the light was arriving at the observer from.
Not through that lens.
But the light still has a direction by the time it hits the observer, right?
No, because that lens is going to deviate it.
No, I'm not saying you could measure the actual position of the actual target you're looking at, but you could measure the light that as it reaches the observer, like the light that's 1 foot away from you, 0 feet away from you, and then enters your camera.
From where? From that shoreline.
Well, I guess I'm derailing us now.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I think it's good for you to try to express, because I don't have any experience with theodolites, right? So you're communicating to us what you think the theodolite is going to do. So I don't want to discourage you from continuing to try to express what you're thinking. Absolutely, I think it's just as vital. Look at this! Oh my God, this is so amazing.
Yeah, but if he does that, you would need to do a control with
of
doing
course.
it without
Yeah.
going through that lensing.
Yeah. There's so much to be done here, Jesse. Absolutely so much to be done. So what I'm trying to display right now is that the Fata Morgana is classified as a superior mirage. So what I tried to show, if it was this one. Okay, now this shoreline is never this large. Never, ever, never, ever, ever.
Yeah, have you ever played with a cylindrical lens?
I have not, but let me just get to the punchline right here. So, this is the Fata Morgana is a subset of a superior mirage. If it is, this would be classified as a superior mirage. It is not. If I were to camp out here and this would blow away like the other one did, we would see the water go up here. The shoreline is up here, and such a tight acute angle. This is magnification, first of all, but the shoreline is up here. However, it would be interpreted as down here, which is exactly what Andrew Thomas Young did in his paper on the Fata Morgana on Lake Geneva. Absolutely described everything as if it was a vertical displacement. He actually called it that, and I nearly wet my pants when I saw it because okay, sorry, I'm going to geek out real quick. So for the longest time, Rumpus and Ruhif were challenging me, and I couldn't understand why they wouldn't accept what I was saying. It was because they believe the mainstream consensus that a mirage is displaced vertically. It's not. It is not a vertical displacement. It looks 2D. It looks like it's just simply lower and higher, up and down. But it's actually, the mirage is actually along the horizontal. It has depth, just like a shadow does. If you were to look at a shadow, if you were to look at a large tree with the sun behind it, and the shadow of that tree stretched to your feet, but you were 100 yards away, you wouldn't think that shadow was a vertical image. Of course not. It would be absurd. It looks vertical, it appears vertical, however, it's stretching over 100 yards at a particular angle. That's exactly what a mirage does. And that's not the science. So, when I finally saw in Andrew Thomas Young's paper that they described it as a vertical angle, I knew right then and there what the problem was. And ever since then, I've been preaching that message, and no one's listening. So right here, you have this stable, which is ironic because it's set, look how dynamic it is, and yet it's stable. Remember I told you the only stable image is an inferior mirage. This is an inferior mirage of the shoreline, which is up here. So you've got this band here, for some reason, I don't know why, but if we were to stay here, you would see this water just fill in, just like we did on the ocean with the oil platform. And then this would all be blue, and the shoreline's right here. But we can see the shoreline magnified right here. I want to see if I can find the Here it is. Or this is at least the general area. I don't know if this is the video that has the llama in it. Anyway, anybody want to fill in the blanks while I'm looking around or talk, ask any questions?
So that is basically what I'm describing with my experiment with the mirror top to bottom. Just remember, my glass bowl is bending towards us, where I'm claiming that the bending is going away from us. So it's you're looking into a letter C, for instance. You're looking into the letter C, but obviously
I'm
not as so severe.
really intrigued by this now that I have a better concept of what you're talking about. It's going to be a worthwhile endeavor to up the ante with getting some tools.
Yeah.
So right here, real quick, this is the shoreline that I can hardly ever see, and it is absolutely magnified. Whatever these, I've never been to the other side over here, but these are, you can see these large dark spots here. I have no idea what they are. Sections of shrubbery, I don't know, but they are magnified, and they're actually physically up here. So it's being projected out. Remember what I said, this is an inferior mirage. This is a distance away from the shoreline. Just so we have to consider the foreshortening that's happening right here. Just like the distance between this spot and this spot is, let's say, 50 feet. If I were to go 50 feet here, I wouldn't have to move my cursor so far because of foreshortening. Okay? So this is being projected out. This is a 3D image out toward me and magnified. So if I saw a boat right here, that wouldn't be the position of the boat. The boat would be up here. I wouldn't be able to see it. But the projection down here, it would look like it's right here. There's a boat, Travis. That's a... Speaking of boats. Did I lose everybody?
No.
Okay.
I'm just happy that you're able to present this with better wording than I can.
Well, like I said, don't discount yourself, because the way you said it a while ago was helpful for me as well. So here again is this is the band, right? This is the band of activity. And it's an inferior mirage. Because if we were to watch this close off, if we were to watch because the energy is moving left to right, the water would fill in and the water would go all the way up here. The shoreline is up here. It's not down here being projected up. See, I showed it right here. This is the actual water level. Don't believe me? Just watch. Okay, so here we go. And this is exactly what happened out on the Channel Islands with the oil platform. It was this dynamic. Remember the division? Remember the division that we had? We had the water up here, we had the sky down here, and then we had the water again. What were you going to say?
This is the video I was talking about, where you pan nicely quite far around, which is...
Oh, I see what you're saying.
According to my claim, it's a 360 around you.
Okay, so right here I'm showing an image where we can see the shoreline all the way across. But here it's compressed, like we wouldn't be able to see any of the houses. And that's my point, is that if we think the water ends down here, because this looks like the shoreline, I'm overlaying everything right here. Here's Turkey Point right here. The shoreline can't be down here, but it looks like it is. Right? The shoreline is right here in the other image. Right here. It's appearing right there. And if I showed this picture to any astronomical, meteorological refraction expert, he would tell me that this is a superior mirage and the shoreline is down here and it's being projected up. But we can clearly see the shoreline right here and all of this water.
Could you line up the tree line for me?
Well, not in this video right now because it's a video that I edited together. Let me see if I can go back and see if any of that matches up right. Like right. Why did I do that? Oh, there it goes. Shoot. I'm going to try to... Sorry. All right. I'm going to go frame by frame real quick. Right there. So at least right now I've got the... okay, look. This is what I said before, Jesse. If I lined up the tree line, everything else would be off. So what I lined up was the cape right here. I lined the cape. See the tree line right here? This is the tree line of the video. This is the tree line. This is the canopy right here of the still. That's what I oriented. Does that make sense?
So they were both of the same turkey point, just in different conditions, right?
Correct. See, so here's the turkey point. Here's that top canopy right here. And here's that top canopy right here. That's what I chose to orient my setting with. If I had chosen, let's see, if I had found this little canopy right here and decided to line it up over here, everything else would be off. And someone, I'm not saying it's you, would go, "Why don't you line it up, man? Don't you know how to line up your shot, man?" I'm like, yeah, thanks. So here again, I'm showing, here's the tree line. Here's the tree line. This is the shoreline. This is the shoreline. This is an inferior. It's below the target. And this distance, if we did it right here, you could clearly see this is distance. Superior mirages have been misclassified because they think when they see this, they are seeing the horizon, and they're not. The horizon's actually up here. So here's a shot here. You can see this is an historic lighthouse. I think that this is a hunting stand or something like that, but it always looks like a T-Rex in certain seasons. But this is a man-made estuary. It's called Battery Island, and people camp out here all the time. This guy is walking on the shore. This is 3 miles away. So this one right here was one of the clearest images that I have of it. It's not always this pristine, okay? So then this is now that same scene here, and the shoreline is up here, not down here. I'm gonna go along and see if I find
Hey, Ian, are you there?
I'm here.
Something you might try is if you can get a clear glass tube or a clear plastic tube or something, you can fill it with water and turn it up sideways so it's right to left, horizontal, and you can hold it up and it'll do kind of the same thing that your glass balls did, but it'll only do it in one axis, which will quite interestingly simulate a lot of what we're seeing on these shoreline pictures.
Correct. Thank you for finally seeing what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that that comment shows that there's comprehension going on, right?
Yeah.
So here's our, remember the house from before? I can pull up the image real quick just to refresh, right? This is the house we're looking at here. Oops. Right? We've got
Okay.
we've got the tower, we've got the radio antenna here, we've got the house here. Okay? Here's the antenna here, here's the house. Here's a large image here. And here's the apparent shoreline down here. Again, if you just look at this and think that you're seeing what you think you're seeing, they are calling this a superior mirage. So they think that the shoreline is actually down here. It's not. The house in its entirety is right here in this spot. Right here. The entire house in that angle. Right there. This pavilion is actually indistinguishable here. We can't even see it. It's being projected out. Can't even see it up here because it's at a lower elevation than the house. So I said right here, this is the erect image.
I just have to say that that comment, Jesse, has given me goosebumps, and the goosebumps haven't left yet.
So I'm doing a little bit of a cheesy overlay right here, but the house is right there. So the image is below. It's an inferior mirage. And this is not directly below the image. It's out here in the distance somewhere. Or out here in our proximity, rather. This is in the distance here. This is in our proximity. But you can even see stuff happening out here from back here. See that shoreline? Look at that shoreline get magnified right there.
Jeez,
Right?
I gotta say thank you to you also, Travis. Fucking thank you.
Now this is Skunk Bay, right? Right? Watch the targets. They're gonna go up and down, just like Skunk Bay. Up, up, and then here comes the water. I took a still, but there's still something going on down here. Sorry, trying to move around, capture everything, right? Same thing here. The shoreline is up here. Shoreline is, this is not the shoreline. That's the projection of the shoreline. Here comes the water. Rarely can I ever see the shoreline. Rarely ever. See, now it's gone. So this is more distant than this. I think this is about maybe 4 miles away. This is more like 5. But you can see the water coming in right here. So then, remember the boat? Remember the boat, guys? Remember the boat at the oil platform? That's what we've got going on right here. Like, watch right here. Watch. So this part right here is actually right here. It's compressed to shit, but it's being projected down here. And then every once in a while, you'll see it appear here, just like we did with that boat. I just noticed that. Let me slow it down a little bit. You'll see it come in and out. Whatever this is, this little protrusion right here, this is land right here. And this is it down here, being projected out. You see it now? See that right there? That's where that... you understand what I'm saying about the oil platform and the ship?
Yeah.
And then, if you see any of the birds, sometimes the birds will be coming down and they'll glitch out here in the matrix. Like that one just did. Just came and went. I'm warp. So again, all of this energy right here, the shoreline is up here. All of this large imagery right here is a projection. And then here, the water will fill it in, and then the shoreline's right up here. This guy has no idea what he's in right now. He's just tripping along. Nothing's going on.
Yeah, because he's too close to that now. Amazing, Jesse?
Beautiful.
Anyway, shall I go on? I don't have to, obviously, but I obviously as well could.
You might as well rub it in.
I want to find the one with the llama. It's right here. Llama is right here. There's no such phenomenon as Fata Morgana. Although there is.
Fata Morlama. Fata Morlama.
Yeah, I heard you. It was good. I was trying to think of a witty comeback. Otherwise, I would have responded. So right here again is this large. I don't know what it is, but it's up here actually, right? So I've seen cars go up here. This little park right here. This green area is much larger typically. So right now I'm just going to be panning left to right. This whole band right here. This whole band. Think of it coming out here. You have no problem understanding that from this point to this point is distance. Distance, distance, distance. Even though on this 2D image I'm moving up. This is not up. It's distance. I wonder if this is what we've seen already. I can't remember. Yeah, we already saw this before. Darn. So is that the same one? Yeah. That's a duplicate. Okay. I wish I could find that llama one for you. That was pretty cool. But so I mean, you can just see right here. This is last year March. I went out all March, right? It was pretty consistent the entire month, and I got so bored because I was just shooting the same shit every day. Same stuff. So boring. Nothing crazy happening. The day that I had caught the Fata Morgana, I almost didn't go out. I was like, I'm not going out. And then I had this little niggling feeling that, man, you're going to miss it. I went out and I set up my cameras. I sat down with Humphrey's Law of Refraction book, started reading it, looked up and saw what was going on, and I nearly pooped my pants. What's funny is that this is, what is this? What day is this? And there are similar. This is the day before. There are similar characteristics about the day, right? I mean, look at the dynamic conditions, right? The boat is distorted a bit. It's not clear, crisp images. You can see this house here. You can't see the shoreline. Remember what we looked at before? Here's the shoreline here, right? And then when we saw it in the image, it was down here, large. You know, I would have loved to have seen a boat up here in this. Like, what would that have looked like? Would the internal reflection have been so severe that we couldn't see the boat at all? Because this boat would have been in that band. But what I'm saying is that the conditions is still very active. Like, look at this boat back here. You see this? Right? Now, if this was a sailboat, I mean, we're looking at a boat, right? Does anybody question whether or not that boat is really there? Whether or not, oh, I can't see the hull, Travis. You know, if there was a sailboat there in an inferior mirage, you wouldn't see the hull. You'd only see the sail, and then you'd go, curvature. Look, you can't see the hull. There's curvature. But there's no curvature here. And yet you got people like Zanuck who capture an inferior miraged sailboat themselves and say that the hull is down here below the water. Absolute insanity. Insanity. It's insane that somebody would actually think that. There's no such thing as hull down. Hull down is a myth. If there was an inferior mirage here, we wouldn't see the hull. And then you would have to say the same thing about this boat as you would the sailboat. I can't see the hull of the sailboat, so it must be out here underneath the water. Well, you'd have to say the same thing here. And you'd have to say the same thing of these houses. Right? If you have a sailboat cut in half and you can only see the top part and the bottom part of the mast, then when you see these houses in an inferior mirage, you'd have to be crazy enough to say that the houses are actually below the water. Because that's what you say about the sailboat. Normally I'm posted up right here by this this no swimming. But here it was too. I didn't have my waders. I've gone out here. I fell in the water at 6 o'clock in the morning one time. I've come out here with my setup and shot because I wanted to set up in the same situation, in the same setting. One morning I fell because I lost the water slowed my reaction down and I was like falling in slow motion. No. I should have labeled the llama video, but I don't know where it's at right now. All right, well, whatever. Anybody?
You want to see my experiments with refraction?
Yeah.
It's a short video I have.
Okay, you guys share your screen.
I'll just drop a YouTube or a Vimeo link. You might have seen it before.
Oh, you don't want us to look at it right now, or you want somebody on? You want DP to pull it up, or are you even still here, DP? I saw this in a book. Oh, I didn't. Here, let me share my screen real quick since you're not going to share yours just yet.
The quality will be better if you play it off of Vimeo rather than re-encoding live on Discord.
So I set up on this wall. So you can clearly see right here, this wall. That, like, if you think about perspective right here. So like if this refraction wasn't happening, you would see the wall just like you would see the distance. You know what I'm saying? You follow me?
Me?
Or anybody? Are we the only ones here?
I have no idea what I'm looking at there.
This is a brick wall. And I set my camera up to try to see if I could go out and do anything with it. So I'm putting a penny up against the wall, and then I move down. I didn't have anybody to help, so I couldn't do anything about focusing. I can see images, like if you saw that, I've seen images like that where like somebody's in a dream and they like, you know what I mean? They like go. All right, so where's your shenanigans?
I
All right,
dropped
so
it
you
in
want me
the-
to? Okay, so you want me to open it in Vimeo? All right,
Yeah, if you don't mind.
and make it bigger.
You might have seen
Does-
this already.
I have not. Does the audio come through, or should I not worry about that?
Oh, either way, the audio's kind of helpful, but I mean, you can see
Well,
what's
I mean, what I mean is does everybody hear this? I'm going to push play. I don't think the
No.
sound translates, does it?
No, I don't
No.
think so.
Okay, well then I'm going to turn it down. All right. So I'm just going to push play, Jesse. If you want to stop us whenever, if you wanted to add something or not.
Okay. So basically, that's my setup. I had a camera on a tripod, an obstruction, and a prism, and a quaint little house off in the distance to look at. And it's a prism I made from 2 pieces of glass, tapered slightly, full of clear glue, rubber glue.
Huh.
And you can actually see there's a density gradient on the fat edge where it was dried near the surface, but less dry inside. So there was a density gradient.
Awesome.
But otherwise, it's just a prism. But you can see
Nice.
how the house actually shrinks at the edge, and that's because
Uh-huh.
there is a density gradient.
Nice.
You might like that, Ian.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now, I would be curious as if you would make it again without the glue inside.
Oh, well, they're still glued together really hard. But you could hold glass up, but it doesn't do it doesn't help anything. But yeah, you can take a thick piece of glass. I can make a video. I think if I can find another thick piece of glass.
So now this is through the setup?
I think that's without the prism. That's
okay.
that's through the DSLR sitting on the tripod now.
Got it.
So I set up that prop just so that the house is just visible above it.
I'm not trying to find any information, but is that an abandoned building that you're in?
The one I'm in or the one I'm looking at?
The one that you're in.
No?
It almost looks like it's when it first started out, it looked like it was not like swept or anything, so I didn't know if like it was like a.
Oh, we chop and cut wood there on the porch. It gets
Okay.
sawdust all over.
Got it.
So I've set up an obstruction that blocks the view to the little house across the street. The little house is abandoned across the street. Not abandoned, but nobody lives there. And then I set in my prism, which then brings that house back into view. The black tape around the prism was to kind of hold the glue in while I was making it because I got impatient waiting for it to dry.
Excuse me.
Now, if we keep the prism in place but remove the obstruction, now we get a double image.
Did you ever invert the?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's just what I'm about to do now. Now I'm showing that you can invert it and you can actually hide the house,
Mm-hmm.
even though it's physically in line.
Yep. Yep.
You can see the whole tree, everything's just lowered down. Oops! And then that thing fell.
So did you have another one, or did you run outside and get it, or was it inside the room?
Oh
Does it
no,
look-
it fell on the porch there. I'm on the porch. and it just fell on the floor of the
On
porch.
the floor. Oh, okay. I didn't know if you had to run outside and go get it from below the window or something.
I think it fell on the porch. I don't remember.
Yeah, this is great. Yeah, look at that compression as you go up. Yeah, that's awesome.
And that compression is because there is a density gradient in that glue because it dried and got more dense near the edge because it was exposed. Now I've turned the curved piece of wood towards the viewer so that you're actually looking over a curve now. Just because why not? Because I knew somebody would say, well, sure, you were seeing a rounded obstacle with a prism, but it wasn't a curve, so now it's a curve.
Now what you've just done, that was a magic trick. Everything else before this was great, but what you just did now was just simply magic.
How is it different than what I did? Oh, because of the curve.
You made it more legit now.
No. What I mean is that there's no difference between the fact that you have an obstruction in the same place. It doesn't matter if it was a curve or not, right? You still have a line of obstruction here, and all simply because you rotated your image doesn't, right? So like right here.
I rotated the obstruction, yeah.
Yeah, but the obstruction begins right here.
Exactly.
This could actually be curved on the other side, and we wouldn't even have to know it. My point is it doesn't matter that it was curved.
Right.
But that's great. That's awesome, man. I wish I had enough creativity on my own to think of that. That'd be great. I'd love to try to do this. Absolutely.
And you can also just cut your pieces out of like plexiglass and glue them up and then fill it with water.
Right.
But that grows algae after a while.
I wonder if distilled water would, but I suppose that there's everything.
If you put a little peroxide in there, then
peroxide,
it should.
Yeah, I was trying to think of the word peroxide, but yeah, you're right. Huh.
So you can see from my perspective with this kind of observation, and then with seeing the laser bending in the fish tank of sugar water, you've seen that, right?
Uh-huh.
And then looking over the hood of a hot car and seeing that bend the light, it's not that unreasonable for me to say, it looks to me like there's a density gradient due to temperature density or a temperature gradient, and it's bending light like it does in the fish tank, or like my prism here does, allowing me to see around obstruction or allowing something to appear above itself. And in fact, all kinds of stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did a proof of concept as well, where I took a Fresnel lens or a magnifying film, like a
yeah, that's a Fresnel lens.
Yeah, and I basically raised. I could show you if I took a minute to find it. I'll let this play and I'll look for it.
Yeah, I saw the one that. Oh, what's that guy? Rob
Skiba.
Yeah, I saw Rob Skiba's. He did a nice demonstration on that too.
Anybody here want to add any conversation or comments?
Yeah. So the only issue I have with this now is that it's I don't know if I'm using the correct word, but it's a tapered. It is two bending pieces of glass. I would say if you could change the density with a liquid, for instance, not with the angle of the glass, that will make this a bit more neutral. At the moment, you're hitting a angled piece of glass, and then you're exiting an angled piece of glass, and that's the issue I have with this. But other than that, great experiment. Well done.
Right. I was definitely using a surface or a boundary refraction mode lens element, because that was a lot easier than actually setting up a controlled atmospheric environment where I have, this air density temperature gradient, right?
Yeah. No, obviously it's not that easy to do that, but I'm just saying that that's the issue, and I think that's why it's happening.
Yeah, Yeah, what you just said, I was gonna ask you about your opinion in terms of how this differs from what an observation like mine would produce when you have a gradient of temperature and other variables. I mean, I appreciate this. This is great, right? Obviously, uh, we all can relate to if we wear glasses
Yeah.
or if you know what I mean. We've experienced uh, this kind of stuff happening at the edges of our lenses, but it would be interesting to see the correlation between this and like if you could say I could create this with a temperature gradient. That would be an interesting correlation, right?
Right, and we can in sugar water. We know that.
Well, I've seen lasers bend, but I haven't seen anything like this in sugar water. Do you have something that you would suggest we could see?
I don't have a video I can share.
Have you
But-
seen something like this being presented through sugar water? I guess is what I'm asking, at least for this conversation.
I vaguely remember. I think someone else did it, but I don't have a link to it, so I'm not going to mention it. But I could shine a laser through my prism. I still have that prism somewhere around here, so I could demonstrate that the prism is bending light just like the fish tank did, except the prism does it at its surfaces rather than across the gradient, right?
The problem with the sugar water is the sugar is like a syrup when it's in the water, and that's most likely what's causing that light to deviate as well. Have you tried maybe salt water or different temperatures of the water?
I've mixed hot and cold water while looking through it, and it definitely likes to do weird stuff with optics, but I've never actually done a super controlled experiment. But that's something you could try. You can definitely create a gradient with hot and cold water.
Yeah, I think I might try that tomorrow actually.
Do you have saran wrap there? Like super thin plastic film?
I might have.
So the difficulty with water is getting it hot on top without mixing it up is going to be the difficult part. So I would suggest fill your tank with half full cold water, then put in somehow stick some saran wrap or something on top of that, so you can then pour in your hot water without mixing them, right?
Yeah.
And then once it settles a little bit, then see if you can slip out the saran wrap without mixing them up totally. That would be that would work better than just pouring the hot water in on the cold water.
I think maybe 2 glasses, put the saran wrap there, and then just put that one on top of the other glass. The film will have just one little line through it, but we'll get an idea what's happening above and below that line. That should also be fun.
Oh, with or without the saran wrap in there?
With it.
Well, you won't get a gradient with it. Well, I guess
okay, you're right. A little bit, because it will heat up.
You're right. It will form it'll form 2 little gradients.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh no, but the hot water will heat up through that wrap.
Boys, can we stop all this talking and like form a team, like an amazing science discovery investigation team? Because like the stuff that we're talking about right now is just amazing, I think.
It's 2:39 a.m. and I'm fucking still sitting here, and Jesse is also like 3-4 hours ago. Guys, I gotta go, and he's still here. So
right,
this is good.
Right.
The truth is, I've never been able to complete a sentence when Jin was present, and so I thought rather than just sit there and listen to him, I would go do something else. But he behaved himself wonderfully, so we had a good conversation.
So, with that transition, can you see my screen still?
Yeah, it looks like a guy smiling into a lens.
Any guesses as to who this is? If you don't know this iconic image,
Jack.
No, I can't tell really.
Jack Nicholson.
be Jack Nicholson, of course.
Oh, was he like a famous golf player or something?
Oh my goodness, I don't know if I want to be your friend anymore. Jack Nicholson, not Jack Nicholas. Jack Nicklaus is the golfer. Jack Nicholson is an actor. So, what
Well,
I'm doing, huh?
I was just gonna say I never heard of the golfer either. I just picked that because they all play golf.
That's funny because there is a Jack Nicklaus golfer.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm doing right here is just showing the fact that these two images are exactly the same, but in this image, the lensing of the air is lifting the water up to a higher position. This position, for instance, this position could be right here. That could be where it is. So that the lens is lifting this up to this position. And then the rest of the distance, all of this from here to here to here to here to here, like there's whatever, innumerable miles until you get over here. So my argument is that this is as an extension over the distance where the water looks like it's dropped away from me, possibly because I'm higher up. I'm not. Okay, these are the same observations, same focal length. So in the video, I'm walking through this. I show it again. Okay, so the reality is when you have an inferior mirage, the inferior mirage magnifies the entire field of view, brings it closer to you, raises the water level up, so that even though I have the water level right here, and I match the apparent water level right here, right? Water, 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 all the shoreline, they're the same length right there, but this is not, right? So we've got a sailboat right here. We've got a sailboat right here, no problem, sailboat, hull, there's the hull. This sailboat can't see the hull. Like I said before, if this was Xanax, Xanax would be like, oh yeah, the hull's down here, behind the curve, Travis.
Even I see the mirror line.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, this guy, he has an image just like this with the greater than, less than, which is an indication of an inferior mirage.
Yeah, and then look at the cabin to the right or whatever that is.
I know. Well, see, the thing is for him, he's like, yeah, there's an inferior mirage back here, but not here. The hull's behind it. It's the curve, Travis. That's the curve. Well, it can't be the curve. I can clearly show you the shoreline in other images. This is not the curve. It'll never be the curve. So this is, again, what I was trying to describe to you before. That's a top quality. That when the lensing is right, it drops the surface and extends the distance, right? So we've got foreshortening and compression. This is the boat dock. This is the shoreline. Now I've been over here to this position a couple of times, and I've set up right in front of the pavilion right here and shot back toward where I've been. But let me get here. I want to walk through all this so basically what I did was I printed out an image of a freighter, and I'm just lifting up the lens. I'm just going to go forward a little bit.
It's not coming clear through for me.
I think at one point I cut the edge has a black band on it, and I eventually cut the black band off. Is the image okay for everybody? I heard Jesse say that it wasn't great for him.
No, it's fine, my side.
Okay.
The ship is, but I'm not making anything out through the magnifying lens yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, just kind of take that for what it is, with a grain of salt. I mean, what we're seeing right here at this point in all of this area, this is the floor, right?
Oh, okay.
This is the floor. Maybe because I skipped past it. Watch when it drops down. Right? See, there's the floor. When I lower the, trying to think of where. just going to show you. So I move it farther away. So you've got the floor here. Then I lift the floor up with the Fresnel lens. That's exactly what the air is doing. So whenever you see a ship, oh, look, there's curvature, Travis. Look, there's the ocean. Ocean, 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 ocean. Curvature of the world. The ship's behind the curve. I don't think so. I think we can demonstrate clearly that the conditions of the medium can create obstruction.
Yeah, and we saw it with my prism even. Refraction can hide something that's behind it by bending the light and letting you see something else instead.
Right, but then understand that we're basically debunking that ships that you see cut in half are cut in half because that's the curve of the Earth.
Well, just because there's one thing that can cause an effect doesn't mean there's not also another. Both could work, and they could even work together too.
Yeah, the problem with the prism is the angles, though. I'm not trying to poke holes. I'm just taking it at what I'm seeing. That
Right. It was just an easy way to bend light. If I were to recreate the same effect with a perfectly rectangular fish tank, in other words, no prism slant anyway, just a square, a rectangular fish tank with sugar water in it, would that be any different?
no, because the sugar water acts like almost like a syrup when that sugar dissolves, and we don't have sugar in the atmosphere.
So you're saying that a density gradient in the air does not do the same thing as to light as a density gradient in water.
Correct.
Or what if I used just hot and cold water? No sugar, just hot and cold water.
I don't know. Why don't you show us?
Well, I'm asking Ian if he would see a problem with that, since we do know we have hot and cold air because we have thermometers.
Yeah, I don't think it'll bend that much. The gradient will, the amount of bending that we're seeing, you'll need the hot and cold water to be almost like there's a piece of glass between the two for it to bend like that, and over that distance at the same level height, it's going to be going in a straight line. For it to bend, you would need to have a curved hot and cold separation for it to follow that path.
Oh, you need to learn about density gradient refraction. I hadn't heard about it either until I got into all this, but it's real, and it'll open up your understanding a lot.
Yeah, send me some stuff.
Do they have demonstrations of the observations, or do they just have squiggly lines and ray tracing diagrams?
The sugar water one is a good one. It's based on the idea or the claim that where the sugar is more dense at the bottom, that it's optically more dense, and that's what's bending the laser beam. And that one's fun because you can see the laser beam in the sugar water. It's very worth trying in just hot and cold water too. And I do have a
Oh, sorry. Just real quick, in the video itself right here, I finally got the yellow pencil positioned so that I could actually lift the pencil up to be the obstruction.
Okay, I'm watching. Yes, exactly. That's basically what I showed with my prism and the house disappearing.
Well, kind of.
Yeah,
Kind of.
because something in another place appeared where the house should have.
Yeah, and this is also following my claim of the meniscus lensing effect that we get.
So then the part of my point is that this is where the majesty of the kaleidoscopic beatific majesty that is the Aether band is that even though the Fresnel lens is blurry, the surface of the water where we see a ship in the distance cut in half by the horizon, the water is pristine, you can see it, no problem. And then we just misinterpret the edge of the water as if it were curvature. So there's so many things that happen in the observation that we can't, ignore the not only the variables that create it, but the effects the variables create. So I don't know if I actually put this up. I think here you can see I put out the tape measure. I'm about 116 inches. So I have 116 inches away from here. And then then the distance between the yellow pencil to the ship, if we were to scale it on the ocean, that could be 5-6 miles. And my claim is that the conditions of the medium raise the surface of the water up in what I call
Yes.
proximate looming.
And that's what we see.
Because, yeah. So then, if there was another ship at a certain height, or a boat, right? That green, if this was another boat in between the ship and me, I wouldn't see it. Wouldn't even see it. Which is exactly what happens in an inferior mirage. Okay? So in an inferior mirage, I'll go back to the picture. Here I'm trying to create my own little orthographic demonstration of what's happening. Okay? So what was I saying? In an inferior mirage. Okay. So in an inferior mirage, we have an inverted image. But and everything is the same with this. This is proximate looming here. This is proximate looming. This is looming. By looming, I mean that here I cannot see this house. Can't see this house. So if I go out day after day, I'm gonna take pictures of this area here. Don't know why. Take pictures. Wow, where'd this house come from? This must be curvature. This must be bringing it up. This must be looming. No. This is reversed. This is what I should see. This is when I don't see it. You have to reverse engineer. This is what I should see. This is when I don't. Everybody else is reversing it. This is what I should see. Curvature. Oh, looming. Brought back up over the curve. So, in an inferior mirage, you have proximate looming. The lens here is raising up the floor, limiting the floor here. What's creating the limit to this floor? The inferior mirage creates this line. That's exactly where they meet. In the situation where we have this, there's no inferior mirage. That's because the conditions are such that the angle between the limit right here, you can't see the inferior mirage. It's too tight because everything else is the same. You see the top of the target, but no inversion. But everything else is the same. You've got a raised floor that blocks the ship. Any questions? No?
Nope.
I mean, listen, this is just empirical, logical, sensible. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm demonstrating right here line of sight to this ship, obstruction through refraction. This is what I should see.
Yeah, this was a great test. I'm
I
going to try.
suppose, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Well, I kind of poo-pooed myself when I was drooling over Jesse's demonstration. I was like, man, I wish I was smart enough to think about this, but I kind of did. Kind of thought about something, right?
Yeah, I wanted to say that I'm going to try replicate this with water.
Yeah. Well, that would be amazing, right? Absolutely. Right. Absolutely. Now, I'm only sad that I didn't start streaming this on my channel, but I didn't. So that that's the one thing for me is that we can see the similarities right? Because again, I'm in the same position in all of these, right? I set up same. But yet the water line is in a different position in every single one. The intensity of the mirage is different. This is not the same intensity as this, but you can't see the houses. Look, you can't even see this house. Can't even see it. It's gone. All of that space, all of that vertical space. Travis, you can't tell me that the entire ship can be like swallowed up into that small angle. Well, if you think this is vertical, then yeah, I'd probably agree with you. If you think this is a vertical image, which is what science thinks it is, which it's not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, there's no house line here. There's none of these houses. Where are they? Where are they? Line of sight, direct line of sight. They're all right here. Every single. This house, right here. This house, right here. This boathouse on the water, right here. Hello. Hi, how are you? Can't see me? Oh, it must be internal reflection. Line of sight, line of sight, line of sight. There's a great channel. I don't know if you guys know it. It's called Take Back Space TV. He's shooting Jupiter right now.
Oh, look at that ether.
All right. Jesse, I've got another observation that'll bake your noodle, man. But we might save that for another time.
Oh, okay.
Bake your noodle. Man, this has been good. I've enjoyed this. I appreciate your sticking around, Jesse. I appreciate a lot of the stuff that you've said. So thanks.
Certainly.
Yeah, same my side as well.
I bought a I think how many? I don't remember how many gallons. Maybe a 75-gallon, 50 to 75-gallon fish tank. I haven't done anything yet, but I bought a gallon. I bought a tank. I bought a laser. So Gonna see what I can see, but yeah, I haven't seen really any predictions from the globe Earth side with refraction in terms of mirages, right? I don't know when to go out to see an inferior mirage. I don't know when to go out to see looming because it's not in any source that I can find. They'll tell me the temperature gradient, but they won't tell me the conditions for the day. I find that very unfortunate.
Well, I did an interesting test. I think I told you about it. I measured the angle to the horizon one day, and then 7 days later, when the weather was different, I went out and measured it again.
I don't think I heard you say this. What? Go ahead and unpack it. Do you have anything to like present, or
Oh,
just want
just a photo. Let me
Uh-huh.
let me find it here.
Yeah, yeah. Do you have the both of them?
Yeah, I've got
Oh,
all
okay.
5 of them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, put them in.
Got to find them here. Hold on.
Who's here? Anybody? We got any lurkers?
I just got here.
Oh, did
I
you?
was
So
told,
you?
I was told there's a perspective expert here can explain the picture of mine.
Oh yeah, you want to show a picture, Chike?
I did.
Okay. Oh, did you? Oh, you put it in already. Where is that at?
Drop chat.
What time?
A few minutes ago.
A few minutes ago. Okay.
47 past the hour.
I see it. Yeah, I see it. Okay. All right. I got my screen open. Can you guys see the screen? Okay, so this is Blackpool Tower, right? Got some. Got these. These are the conditions for looming. I can tell just by looking at the image. These are the conditions for looming. So I've got an extended
Looming, you
pack.
said.
Excuse me.
Looming, you said. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So the conditions for looming are an active medium. So if this were a video, we would see a lot of energy all throughout this. This would just be dancing like crazy.
That's
Uh,
the straight
sorry?
lines are straight there.
Uh-huh.
Everything is clear.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So,
So what's your question?
the observer is at 1,200 feet. The tower top is 600 feet. Do you agree that we look down to the tower?
The
The
observer.
tower, yes.
The
Observer is
observer.
at 600 feet. At 1,200 feet. The top of the tower is 600 feet. It's a little less, but make it simple. 600. The observer is looking down to the tower. Right?
It looks like the observer is looking straight out to the tower.
I don't care what it looks like.
Well, be honest, Shaiki, this is Bev's picture, and you don't know
No,
how
it's not
far
Bev's
he is.
picture. It's not Bev's picture, and I know the distances exactly.
So
You're assuming.
I don't care about the distances
with
at this point.
math, yes, you would look down at it. However, we can't. Do you have a picture without all this drawings in front of it, so we can just see what's going else on with the picture?
Sure.
Thanks, man.
And I would like maybe a few other pictures from the same orientation. Everything's the same throughout the year. Got any of those?
No.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 90 miles observation. You don't see it every day.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's beautiful. I love it.
The full-size image.
It's fantastic. It seems like we're seeing a lot of the base of those windmills, those turbines. Don't you think?
Yeah, they just sit on the horizon.
I'm sorry?
They just sit on the horizon.
They just sit on the horizon. Yeah. So there are some clear markers here at the base. Like there looks like a little nub right here. Like it would be interesting.
Forget you.
Oh, so I can't.
Don't
I can't. Oh, I can't pay attention to things that catch my
You
eye.
don't need to. You don't need to.
Oh, okay.
My
Okay.
simple question is: do we agree that the observer looks down to the top of the tower?
No,
Why not?
because it appears as though the observer is.
It doesn't appear. The observer is at 1,200 feet, and the top of the tower is 600 feet. Is the observer looking down?
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. So let me just ask a question real quick, Chike. So you see the blade of this turbine right here? It appears to me as though it has a bend in it, like a little. Can I say that appears to be the case? Is that okay with you?
No, I don't think you can now.
Oh no, you don't think I can? I think I can. It looks bent to me. That appears to me that's bent. This one,
you could say all of them. All of them look a little bent if you look at them, right?
Yeah, it might. Yeah. So if I'm just look, Chike. You asked me my opinion, bro. If you want me to say what you want me to say, send me a DM and I'll read the script. How about that?
I asked you a question. The observer is at 1,200 feet, and the tower is 600 feet. Does the observer look down to the tower?
Does the observer look down to the tower? No.
Even though he's at 1,200 feet and the tower is below him, he does not look down to the tower.
Right,
Is
because
that what you say?
This is a trap.
In what kind of world do you live?
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Look at his
it's not a trap.
Yeah, whatever. Hold on.
Reality.
Okay, hold on. If this image is what I would see if I opened my eyes from this position, then I'm not looking down to the tower, am I?
If you're at 1,200 feet and the tower is at top of the tower is 600 feet, can you look not down and see it?
Yes.
How? In what world do you live? In what world?
I can't make it any more clear than you. I can't make it any more clear than this.
In what world do you live? I don't know. In what world do you live? Can you explain your world to me?
I live in a world where the air is a lens.
That's mature. In what world do you live?
What
kind of world? Can you describe the path of the light?
The path of the light is directly in front.
Don't be a child now.
I'm not. I'm trying to write a song.
Oh, you
man.
are.
I feel inspired.
He lives in denial.
I think we did a long day here, guys. It's 3:10 in the morning. I'm gonna go.
Come on, 4 more hours.
Fuck, man! I went to bed at like 3 o'clock last night.
Okay, it's 4:10 here.
All right.
No problem.
Cheers, my brother. All right,
dude.
listen, Jesse, we put you on hold too long.
yeah.
Are you there, brother?
Yep.
Okay. Did you post your pics?
Yep.
I did.
All right. I apologize for getting sidetracked by these shenanigans.
All right, have a good one, guys. Travis, we'll chat again soon. Jesse, I think we made some good headway today. Thanks for all your input in that as well. I think we're gonna crack this one.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Cool, man. Have a good one,
Crack-a-lacka.
guys.
All right.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
All right. Walk us through this, Jesse. Tell me what to do.
So on the left, it was a warm, calm, sunny day, and I went out and set the theodolite up as pictured. And there was a ship going by, and I measured first the middle left picture. So halfway down, or the middle down on the left, is with the crosshairs set straight and level, like you would see through an auto level. And you can see the water line on the ship is above eye level, So then I tilted the crosshairs down or up to the water line on the ship, and it was 3 arc minutes above eye level. So this was a calm, warm, sunny day. You can see the water is just like glassy there at the shore, and there's little bubbles because the seaweed's percolating in the sun, and it's so happy. Then a week later, I went back.
Wait, what does percolation mean in this context? Is it like, because it's not fermentation, right?
No, green plants that have chlorophyll in them absorb sunlight and use that energy to break down carbon dioxide into carbon, which they build their cells out of carbon, and then they give off excess oxygen, and it makes little bubbles.
Okay.
So if the bubbles are formed too fast to go into the water, to fully dissolve into the water, then they make kind of a froth. And who knows, there could be some fermentation going on in the dead seaweed anyway, who knows.
Who knows? Okay.
But anyway, so then 7 days later, I went to the same spot, and it was a kind of a cold, windy, blustery day. It hadn't been sunny, so it didn't warm the air up, and there was a nice breeze, so it kept the air pretty well mixed up. You can see that it's a gray day. There's little waves on the water. All the seaweed is blown to shore because it's been blowing all day. And then in the right bottom corner, you can see that the horizon line is measuring at actually very slightly below eye level.
Are we talking about the 9th frame? I mean, sorry, the 6th frame?
Right bottom.
Right bottom 6. Okay, so I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, got it. 6. Okay, so, I mean, I'm not gonna quibble, but I mean, it looks a little bit like it's dead on for the horizon, right? No, you're saying it's not?
The theodolite measured 10 arc seconds below eye level.
The theodolite measured, and yet it looks dead on to me. Like right here is dead on.
Yeah, it measures. Look on the right on the reading.
Thanks,
Right.
Thanks, Trike. Thanks.
Right, the theodolite is not an auto level. You can
What does that mean?
That means you can point it up and down, and you can center the crosshairs wherever you want, and then you read the angle on the readout.
I don't understand that, but okay.
Hey,
So hold on, just real quick, just for clarification. So, let's see, we've got 7 days between, right? Same place, same instrument, calm, warm, sunny, cold, windy, cloudy. Okay, that's fine. 1 week. 1 week. And so help me understand, because I've never used one of these. I've got 28, are these degrees, right? 28 degrees, 2 hours, 42 seconds. Is that what that is?
2 minutes, 42 seconds. But that's the horizontal angle. You can zero that wherever you want. I wasn't using that. I was using the VA, which is the vertical angle.
Vertical angle is 2 seconds?
I had it pointing 2 arc seconds above eye level, just because it's hard to get it exactly at 0.
2 arc seconds above eye level, okay. So down here, we've got 3 minutes, 18 seconds.
Exactly.
So, I don't get it.
So in the first one, I pointed it as close as I could quickly get to straight Truan level, just like an auto level. 0, 0, 0 would have been exactly straight and level, but 2 arc seconds is pretty stinking close. So that shows...
Oh, I get it. Okay, so I'm sorry. So if this VA, what's the VA stand for?
Vertical angle.
Vertical angle, okay, I appreciate it, thank you. So we've got zeros. If it were zeros all the way across the board, am I to understand then that these crosshairs would be all the way up here, or no?
No, they would be very close to where they are, but just slightly lower.
Okay. Oh, lower.
Yes,
Okay, so if this was all zeros, this would actually drop down a little bit.
Just a tiny, tiny bit, yeah.
Huh. Okay.
That picture simulates what you would have seen through an auto level, which is always fixed at exactly 0.
Okay. So my question is then, why didn't you orient this toward 2 seconds?
Well, so the 2 seconds is, for all practical purposes, 0 in this case. Basically, when you set it, if you try to set it at 0, it might flip over to -1 or +1. It kind of, and I didn't want it to flip from 0 to -1, and then someone say, well, look, you've got it pointing down below eye level, because that's what -1 would have been. So I put it at like 1, and it flipped to 2. And so that way, I've got it actually very slightly above eye level, and the ship is still more of that. And I did that just so that my argument was more oopsie-proof, if that makes sense.
So what I hear your response to my question seems to be revolving around this image here with the 2 seconds, correct?
You can consider those 2 seconds to be zeros, all zeros.
Okay, here's my next question. Down here, it's 3 minutes 18.
Exactly.
Why didn't you orient it at zeros again?
Because
look, he's raising the auto level up. You don't see.
I didn't ask you, Chaiki.
He's raising it up.
I didn't ask you, Chaiki.
So what I did in that shot was, because the first shot showed that the ship was above eye level, but it didn't show how much. So I wanted to know how much. So I then swung the telescope to the theodolite up to intersect the waterline on the ship to measure the actual angle to the waterline on the ship.
Okay, so I have a question. Let's pretend that in this image, you did the same thing in terms of bringing the crosshairs up here. What would that have read?
Just 318, just like the other one did.
I don't understand why you have two different... It would be like I took one picture at one focal length and took another picture at another focal length to prove a point. I don't understand. This makes no sense to me why you did this.
Well, ignore whichever one you don't like. It's just that some people, if I adjust... So the bottom picture is the really useful one, okay?
Wait. I'm sorry. How do you determine that?
Well, I mean, it actually measures the angle of the light arriving from the waterline on the ship.
What? Hold on. You're telling me when I asked you what would have happened if you raised this up, it would have read the same as here. So you would have the same light arriving here as here because it's oriented the same way. But you do not have the same image of this boat. This one's compressed. This one's not. Had you oriented the crosshairs right here, you'd have to say the same thing, that the light here is doing the same thing as the light here. Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't even know what you meant. So I don't know.
I think you don't know what I meant because I have no idea why you have given us two disparaging images to tell us what you think the light is actually doing. I'm incredulous that this is even something that you think is remotely presentable. I mean, anybody else feel free to chime in and correct me, honestly. But to me, I really don't understand the thinking behind this.
We set the auto level 90 degrees, read 0. Yes. Then to measure the difference between the 0 and the elevation of the ship, he moved the cursor up until the cursor is on the waterline, and then he has the reading.
Jesse, how far is the ship?
I don't know exactly. I'm just based on kind of gut feeling.
About like a ballpark.
I think roughly 8 miles.
I don't know what to do with this. To me, this is so disparate. It has such disparaging values that I don't even understand why this is being presented. I could be wrong. I could completely be missing something right now. Like, I don't see the 3D image because I'm not crossing my eyes the right way. And so I'm going to say that, like, I could be completely wrong. but based on just what my experience is, what I see here, this makes zero sense to me.
Well, it's just raw data.
And it's not uniform.
You mean the difference in the appearance of the ship between the two pictures?
I'm going to try to say this again. If I took if we go to 1, 2, 3, 3, which is the middle left, if this was full optical zoom, and I'm trying to establish something by saying that, oh, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, full optical zoom, and then I go back a week later and this is not full optical zoom, why would I compare the two images? Why? Why would I even think about doing that?
It's a fixed zoom. It doesn't change ever.
That's okay. So you don't get it.
I don't get it either. I don't
Okay.
get it either.
All right. Maybe
you have what? 32 magnification?
Okay.
It might be 30. I think, I'm not sure.
I'd like you to think about it this way, right? So I understand that the magnification of your theodolite is set. I get it. So my contrast that I'm trying to suggest to you comes with your vertical angle. You've got two different vertical angles. That would be like me giving you a full optical zoom and not. I would be laughed out of any flat earth discussion on refraction if I brought up two different images with focal lengths that vary and try to compare them. I would be laughed out. And yet that's exactly what you're doing here, not with the focal length, but with the viewing angle.
Why can't I take a picture at two different angles? I don't understand.
You very well can. Fine. Maybe I missed something.
And the third picture, the last one without the boat, is that a different position with a mountain behind it?
Yes. I mean, it's the same observer location, the same beach, the same, but it's not. Well, actually, the atmospherics was so bad on the first day that I can't really even tell you. It could be the same direction, but you just can't tell. But it's somewhere. It's not the exact same direction, probably.
Okay, great. Okay, so is there anything that you think this has to elicit a conversation?
Well, I really would like to understand the problem you have. I mean, I collected good plain raw data.
My first problem right now is the fact that I have a question that I need answered. My question is this: what is it that you think that you have here to present as a claim for something? Like, what is your claim based on this? Like, what? Like, seriously, I'm putting the onus on you. This is your data. I could go to any of my photographs and give you a damn correct, direct claim right now. So, my question to you is, what do you think this data has as a claim?
Okay, a couple. One is that the conditions can be drastically different 7 days later. Another is that it shows some correlation between hot, calm days and cold, windy days. And another is that it shows that on a hot, calm day, a ship's waterline can appear above eye level.
Incorrect.
Measured.
Okay. So.
Can measure above eye level? Could I put it that way?
Okay. I apologize for jumping the gun because I was thinking of the disparity between the two.
Well, maybe we should go over that. If that's keeping us, I don't understand it, but I want to understand it. And if that's keeping us from talking about the rest, maybe we should figure that out.
I say ignore the middle left one. Ignore it. Like you don't see it. It's two pictures. One shows the water line at three arc minutes above eye level. The other 10 arc seconds
Okay,
below.
okay, but no. Listen, if he had oriented the 5th frame at 2 seconds, 3 and 5 would match.
What?
Right. And the crosshairs would match too. But the crosshairs don't match each other on the two.
That's because you are the variable. You didn't align the crosshairs at the same vertical angle. I don't understand what you're trying to pull here.
I wanted to show how much of the scenery appeared above eye level.
You did that. The conditions of the day didn't do that. You did. It's like, this is what I'm saying. It's like you zipped your focus back. Or it's like you angled your camera down. In this image, my camera was level. Hold on. In this image, my camera was level. In this image, I dropped it down 3 minutes, 18 seconds. Look, they're different. Yeah, because you dipped your angle down.
Wait a second. I'm not... Did you think I was attributing the difference in those two pictures to atmospheric conditions?
No.
Well,
Okay, look. Listen. The atmospheric conditions obviously are there. There's obviously a difference in the atmospheric conditions.
Between right and left, right?
No, between the 3rd and 5th image.
Oh, those were taken within minutes of each other. It was one of those hot days where, well, you saw in your videos how everything's
Wait. I'm sorry. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay. So, starting from the top. Okay. Starting from the top, left. That's 1, 2, 3 in the middle, 4 in the middle, 5, 6. So, 3 and 5 are taken on the same day?
1, 3, and 5 are taken on the same day.
How far apart?
Oh, a couple minutes?
Wow,
I don't know.
That is crazy refraction right there. Crazy refraction. So, is anyone else here?
No. You're very confused.
I don't understand. Again, my whole point is I don't understand because, okay, Jesse, the vertical angle, who is in control of that angle?
The operator.
Why don't you have them both at the same degree?
Well, because I wanted to get one from a different angle too. That's why I took two, was to get it at different angles.
Okay.
Wait, Travis. Are you saying that as a camera operator, you shouldn't use your own deliberation and take shots from different angles? Because I've used video cameras as well. Are you saying that when I shoot a video, I shouldn't change the angle for some fucking reason?
This is descending really fast.
It depends. It depends on what you're trying to do with your observation.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just shooting around to capture whatever the hell captures your fancy, then I don't care what angle you take it at.
Cool.
Yeah, but if you're claiming that something changes and you changed it,
right?
Yeah, you changed it.
Yeah, you changed.
Nothing changed on the left side. I said ignore the middle picture.
He doesn't even know what the distance is. He doesn't even know what the
doesn't
distance
matter.
is.
He's measuring the dip to the horizon.
It's not a measurement.
Doesn't matter.
It's a measurement.
An observation.
It's a measurement.
Okay, Jesse, how long between the two images on 3 and 5, please?
I'd have to go through my phone and get the actual timestamps, but it was only a couple minutes or at most. I mean, I took the one picture and then I was...
Honest to God, I don't know what to say to you right now, but listen, if I were to show you those two images and ask you which one is the ship apparently closer to you, which one would you say?
I don't know.
Really?
They look about the same.
Are you serious?
They look about the same.
Oh my God.
They look about the same length. One looks taller, but you know how in your videos on those days that we're doing all those weird, different visual formations, how stuff was kind of waving and moving?
Honest to God, the reason why this threw me for a loop is because these images are so drastically different. I wouldn't have imagined they were taken minutes within each other on the same day. First of all, image 5, you can clearly see the red of the hull. So it's closer to you, obviously. That's why you can't see it in 3. It's farther away. I don't understand why you couldn't even list the red of the hull as a variable that you can't see. You didn't even name it. You were like, oh, I don't really look the same to me. Right now, I can't even take you seriously. Honestly, man, up to this point, you were betting 1,000, bro. Right now, you just fucking got benched. If not, thrown off the team. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That you're telling me that those two images are taken within minutes of each other, which means that the drastic contrast in the conditions of the medium would have been so severe as to remove the compression so that you could see the red of the hull, so that it appears closer to you, and then you don't even have the same vertical angle. This is absurd. I don't even know what to say right now.
Okay, we're going in circles here. We're in this this cyclic alternate argument fallacy, where we start to talk about one, then we divert to the other, and when we try to zero in on that, then we divert back to the first one, and we just go back and forth.
I'm very clear. I'm not confused about what I've said. If you're confused, I can't help that. I am very clear as to what I've just said.
Okay, so there's two issues you seem to have here. One is the difference in appearance of the boat, and the other is the difference where I chose to place the crosshairs in the scene, right?
Yes.
Could we deal with just the one and then not go to the other until we're done with the one?
If you would like.
Which one would you like to do first?
Do you not see a difference in the appearance of the two boats?
Yeah, I see a difference.
Like what?
Well, one appears taller and one appears more overexposed.
I don't know what overexposed means. Well, okay, I get the captain's deck and that triangle seem a bit brighter and washed out. Is that what you mean by overexposed?
Yeah, the phone's auto exposure doesn't work very well through the telescope, so it kind of goes bright and dark.
That doesn't befront me. Anything else? Can you see any other difference between the two ships?
Other than the exposure and the vertical compression?
What happens as a result of the vertical compression, sir? Between the two images, because you're skating right past it.
The bottom-up obstruction?
I don't know what you mean by bottom-up obstruction. What do you mean by that?
Well, the hull does not look as tall in the upper picture, so that would either mean that more of the bottom was obstructed, or the whole thing was vertically shrunk smaller, or a combination of the both.
Oh, okay. So, can you see in image 3? Is this being recorded by any way? Does anybody know?
I'm not recording it.
The droid is recording it. And
Has it been?
And you know, Shaiki always takes clips, so anytime you talk to Shaiki, you'd be able to...
No, I take the clips from the videos.
Okay, just real quick, Hammer, has this been recorded from the very beginning?
As long as this droid with the little R2-D2 guy has been in here, I mean, I could stop it if you
No,
want.
no, please, dear God, do not.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as that thing's been in here, it's been recording.
Okay. We're in image 3. At the bow. Can you see bow spray?
Yep, on both of them.
Okay, I wasn't going to drop down to 5 just yet. Okay. So now we're down at 5. We can see bow spray. So there's no obstruction at the bow spray.
Correct.
I don't see any obstruction. I see compression.
That's what I first said was vertically shrunk.
Okay.
Compression.
Okay, so what is obstructing the image in number 3?
I didn't say there was. You were asking for... First I said it was vertically shrunk. Then you says, well, what else? And I says, well, you could say it was obstruction. I was just trying to figure out what you want.
No, sir. Listen, man. I'm not asking you what I would say. I asked you for your opinion. It seems to me, as I recall, you used the word obstruction. If you don't think there's obstruction, then don't say it. Don't imagine what I'm going to say.
Well, I'd already said the two things I thought of, and you were begging me to say something else. So, but move on though. I agree.
No. Listen, man, come on. The reason why I asked you if there was anything else was because in your initial response to me, you did not mention the fact that the red of the hull of image 5 is apparently missing from image 3. You didn't mention that. So that's why I said, is there anything else? I didn't ask you, sir, what do you imagine, Jesse, I would say at this moment? I didn't ask you what you thought of what I would say.
Yeah, but
what is this?
Yeah, but Travis, we all know that you would have gone on a rant about him not giving what you wanted. So what the hell are you on about? You're doing the exact thing that he was kind of expecting to get. So he was trying to kind of guess as to what you are gonna next rant about for him missing.
Okay,
like, don't you realize that?
Then a healthy person would have said, "I don't understand why you're asking me any more questions because I've told you what I."
Yeah, exactly. And a healthy person wouldn't rant like you're doing right now. So yeah.
No, don't gaslight me, sir. Because
I'm actually gaslighting you all the hell I want.
I'm actually pushing you guys up against the wall right now because
and I'm pushing you up against the wall, and you don't like it.
Yeah, I like it just fine. I'm very excited.
Thank you. Well then, so why are you complaining that I'm gaslighting you? That means that you don't like it.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm going back on mute.
There is obvious discrepancy between the images of these ships. Not merely the position of the captain's deck to the vertical crosshair. Okay, that's another discrepancy, right? But obvious to me, the first thing that I see is I can't see the red hull on number 3. Can't see it. That would have been the first thing I mentioned. Doesn't mean it's more correct. It just means that it is an absolute variable. That is one thing that is varying between the two images.
Can I say something in my defense?
Absolutely.
When I said it was vertically shrunk, to me that meant that whatever detail may have been visible in the less shrunk view would have gotten merged together due to limit of angular resolution. So I just didn't realize that you wanted me to go into a full analysis of what vertical shrinking would do.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's going to lose pixels.
Fair enough.
It's going to mix stuff together. Details that you could have seen before, you can't see anymore. Yeah, so
okay,
that's
fair enough.
And you didn't give me any clues to look for. I was doing my very best.
I wasn't trying to lead you, so that's why I didn't give you any clues. But that's a fair enough qualification. Okay, absolutely. But my question is now, what is the cause of the obstruction?
I'm not claiming any obstruction in that picture.
Okay, I could swear to God, and I'll put money on it, that if we roll this tape back...
No, I'll tell you what I said. You said, what do I see for differences? I says, well, one's more overexposed and one's vertically shrunk. And you're like, well, what else? What else? And I'm like, well, I mean, you could say that there was obstruction that was making it shorter. It's definitely smaller looking. It's got to
so
be
great. So, okay, listen, man. I'm not going to take the fall for the fact that you chose to use the word obstruction because you panicked. Okay? Don't blame me because you panicked and thought he wants me to say something. I didn't say anything in particular, so you can't put your choice to use the word obstruction on me.
Well, let's just say I never wanted to say obstruction in the first place. It was my last choice, and because you kept begging for something that I couldn't read your mind about.
Okay, look.
So can we move on? I mean, are we going somewhere useful? Are we going somewhere useful?
Yeah, I think so. First of all, I didn't beg. I just simply asked because I didn't understand why you didn't explicitly point out the fact that you cannot see the red hull anymore. I get your qualification now that in your mind, when you said compression, that qualified as to why you can't see the red. So here's my question to you now. Why is it that you cannot see the red in image number 3?
Well, my guess would be because of the limit of angular resolution and the blurring of the turbulent atmosphere. It's squished that all together.
Absolutely. 100% agree. Couldn't be happier. I still don't understand why you have a disparity between your vertical angles. Makes no sense.
Okay, so are we done with the difference in appearance of the ships?
Well, I guess okay, since you asked that question, you brought to mind something that crossed my mind, and I want to be more specific. What do you think is the...
I beg your pardon?
No, I'm trying to think about how to ask this without being ambiguous.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Please do, and just give me a mic check real quick.
Loud and clear.
Am I loud and clear?
I hear you.
Yeah, you're coming in good. I want to make sure I was good. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So the compression from picture 3 is not affecting the theodolite at all with what you're trying to read? Jesse?
Oh, what?
The compression from the boat, is it not compressing where you're trying to set your crosshairs to?
Well, the refraction is totally affecting the angle at which the light arrives from the ship to the theodolite.
So the numbers wouldn't be...
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I mean, I laughed out loud. I apologize. I'm sorry. I should have gone on mute.
I don't know if that came through, but
yeah, we didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it.
I apologized for laughing out loud.
We didn't hear you. It's okay.
Oh, well, he obviously stopped talking, so I thought that my laughter interrupted his comment.
So Jesse, what did you say?
I don't remember what I said, but the theodolite strictly measures the angle of the light arriving at it.
So it wouldn't be compressing?
He said the refraction definitely affect the reading of theodolite.
Right. That's why the angle arriving, the angle of the light arriving from the ship's waterline to the theodolite was 3 arc minutes above eye level.
So that would be the cause, right?
The cause of what?
Of the change of in numbers.
Hold on.
I'm not following.
Okay, listen. Can I be heard?
We can hear you.
Okay. If your 5th image had been oriented to 2 seconds, it would be equal in both observations, right at the hull of that smurfing, cuss-wording ship, which would then make your statement about the line of sight and direction of the light coming to you exactly the same. His question to you is exactly the frustration that I've had since I finally understood what was going on here, as to why the crosshairs in 3 are below the ship, but not in 5. The cause is not the condition of the medium, but your choice to orient your crosshairs 3 minutes and 16 seconds higher.
Isn't that what I said to begin with?
Okay, but listen to me again, since you didn't understand what I said. The light path that you seem to think is demonstrated in number 5 would be the same if you had oriented the vertical angle in both images, because both images would have the crosshairs right at the cussin' hull.
Jesus Christ. Jesse, can you delete the middle image on the left?
Yeah, get rid of that fucking image. That's right, Chike. Right.
Well, just put a post-it note over on your screen, because I like that middle image.
I like it too. I don't know what the crack you are smoking right now, but man, keep producing this stuff. Do it again and again, brother. Do it again and again and again. I have no fear of what you have to produce.
Travis, I have a question. Let's say, who is to blame, or who is the cause for the ship being visible on these pictures?
Who is to blame for the ship being visible on these pictures?
Yep.
The captain.
You could say the captain. You could also say Jesse, because if Jesse doesn't take the picture, the ship isn't visible. If he takes it in his backyard, the ship isn't visible. So, which is more to blame for the ship being visible, Jesse, or the conditions of the day?
Non sequitur.
This is a red herring question.
No, it's not.
Absolutely.
Because why is it a red herring? You are doing the same thing. You are asking questions like why is the ship doing Hold on, I was talking. I'm not sure if you heard me.
The fact that you're stammering right now.
Yes, I'm trying to explain myself. And the fact that you're trying to overtalk me shows that you're getting triggered because you know that I'm on point.
Not at all.
Yes, exactly. So am I able to finish?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Travis. So what were you so hasty to jump in for? Make your point, Travis.
You are providing misdirection with a red herring question. We have.
Go ahead.
I think because you're going off on this, you said you had a point, so go ahead and make your point, and let's not talk about Travis. He said he gave you the floor,
sure.
right?
So my point is Travis tried to make a point that it's the conditions of the day, or it was Jesse that caused the camera to lift, not the conditions of the day. Sure, but if we extend that, Jesse is also the cause for why the ship is visible to begin with. So, okay, well, then because it was or not the conditions of the day that took the picture, let's throw the picture out, because we cannot use anything that the conditions of the day is not responsible for, because Travis is expecting the conditions of the day have to be responsible for everything relating to these pictures. So we cannot use them. We cannot use any picture, even all the pictures Travis is taking. He's responsible for taking them. Not the conditions of the day. Those are not responsible for the pictures to begin with. So no pictures ever are usable. Thank you, Travis. That's a brilliant point. Now we cannot use any evidence.
Except for the fact that what you said right now was absolute red herring misdirection.
Why is it a red herring? You use that logic, Travis.
I'll be right back. My bladder's having words with me.
Nothing.
So,
hold on. I tried to follow the language barrier that's obviously here, and that's no fault of yours. Okay, I'm not faulting you. You come from another country, as do I, in terms of our communication right now. So I honestly tried to follow your argumentation, but got lost because I had no concept of what you were actually trying to say. So
okay, let me
hold on, please.
His argument.
I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. Okay.
Yeah, actually, you did, but go ahead. You did try to interrupt me, and you started going very.
Lori, just let him speak, man.
Okay, go ahead, speak.
Okay, so I don't believe that I have made any particular claim as to the conditions of this photograph. My point in this photograph primarily has to do with the disparity between the vertical angles of image 3 and 5.
Yes.
I think that's fair, right, Lori?
Yeah, sure. But you did quite vocally say that which is responsible for the angle being different, the conditions of the day, or you, Jesse. You did use the phrase conditions of the day. If that is not what you meant, if you meant something else like, is the cat responsible, or you, Jesse, maybe you should have used the word cat instead. So maybe you should be more clear with your wording, sir. If you didn't meet the conditions of the day, I maybe accept that, okay, you meant something completely different.
So I'm going to be honest, I'm still a little bit lost too. So let's back up.
Absolutely. And so now that Hammer has pulled the curtain back, Laurie, since it's been so long since I've spoken to you, I didn't recognize your troll voice. I already know, first of all, that you're trolling. Second of all, you're a troll. So the fact that you're bringing the accusation against me that you are, I don't know how to take it seriously. But for the sake of the audience, I'll play this out because I'm not afraid.
Because apparently he's been on. According to DP and Cleary, because I'm kind of unfamiliar with Lori, I'm still a little bit. I've heard of him and the name, but I haven't interacted much with him.
Yeah,
apparently he's been on like a lot better behavior, is what I've heard.
Not right now.
So, with that being said, I'm just trying to clarify it. He's essentially saying that your claim of the angle being changed, right? Or the quote unquote alleged atmospheric conditions have something to do with the picture changing, and that's kind of where I get lost at that point. That's about how much I have, Lori. So if you could try to break that down a little bit better for us. Am I wrong there?
Sure. But the burden, hold on. The burden is on Jesse. Jesse is claiming something with his picture, not he don't have to explain someone else's picture.
Right.
Sure.
Jesse, are you back?
Jesse is making the claim. and he just challenging on his settings. His settings is different, and he's saying something else.
I mean, listen. The thing that I can show you right now is what we pulled up already. Right here. Here you go, everybody. Oh no, man. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
I'm pulling it up.
Okay. Okay. I've got 3 different images.
I'm back.
Okay. I have 3 different images. Every single one of them has a different position for this house. 1, 2, 3. Or left to right. A, B, C. These are all taken from the same location, same viewer height, same distance. Different days, different apparent positions. My claim is that the conditions of the medium determine the position and appearance or displacement of the target. Very simple.
And you may have clarified this. Okay, I just wanted to get one clarification on this. These are all the same optical zooms? Because you were talking about that earlier,
Absolutely.
Right? Okay.
Why would I ever present to you a target at different optical zooms, which would obviously have a different field of view? Why would I ever present one field of view and give you another field of view and try to argue anything out of it? It makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense.
So tell me, why on the right and left pictures I can see the waves clearly, while in the center image I can't see waves?
That is a beautiful question. If you weren't a smurfing troll, I would kiss you.
So, tell me.
It's the condition of the medium. Not only if we eliminated this, if we eliminated this middle picture, both this image and this image would have differences between the surface of the water anyway.
Anyone buy this?
Excuse me?
Anyone here buy this explanation?
Anyone here
See,
buy
it's reality. It's not like, see, this is the thing. We can't explain everything. You want to claim to know, Shikey. You explain to us what's happening.
Hold on. No. I appreciate your coming to this conversation. I can explain these observations in a generic sense.
No, not you. Let Shikey do it because he has the contention.
Okay.
Need to explain? All I know is that I see waves on the right and I see waves on the left, and in the middle I don't see waves.
What do you think? What do you think these texture differences are here?
Why are they so small? Why I don't see them clearly as the others?
Because the lensing effect of the Aether band, which is the condition of the medium through which you are looking in the field of view, which encompasses the band, the area in which you are looking. You have the hold on. You have the area and you have the conditions, or you have the conditions and you have the area. Based on the fact that I have located this tower in the top left corner of every single image, you can clearly tell that I'm trying to orient my photograph as best I can. I'm telling you that this is 357 millimeter, this is 357 millimeter, and this is 357 millimeter. This presentation This presentation has no inferior mirage. This presentation has an inferior mirage. This presentation has no inferior mirage. So these two presentations are more similar. No inferior mirage, no inferior mirage. So let's just not pay attention to this one over here. Okay? Be patient. Okay, hold on. Be patient. Be patient. Now we have a compressed shoreline. Can't see anything but brown. Is that sand? Nope. Look right here. Rocks, 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 rocks. We have here a limit to the water here and an apparent beginning of the land here. So let's just bring that right over here into the... Wait a minute. This is water. How can these two images taken from the same observation at the same focal length have two apparently different positions of the shoreline? Because here it looks like there's the shoreline, there's the water, there's the shoreline, there's the tree line, shoreline, waterline, shoreline, water, shore. There's the water, there's the shore, there's the tree, water, shore, tree. Okay, it's very clear. Same everything except the condition of the medium is a lens, if not singularly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 different layers of atmospheric, aether bands, layers of bands of the aether.
You don't know where to stop, right? Do you have the 3 images with the data on them?
Yeah, would you like me to send them to you?
Mm-hmm.
What will you do with them?
I will see.
Will you? Okay. Here.
I will see that indeed all in the same focal length.
Great.
He's gonna try to make He's gonna try to make memes out of them. So
hold on. This is a negotiation, is it not?
No.
Check. Oh, it's not. Well, then you can smurf off.
Okay, so you don't have any proof that there are there.
Would you like to negotiate? Would you like to negotiate?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Either you provide the proof or you don't.
Okay, I will under certain conditions. Will you abide by them?
No.
You will not abide by a gentleman's agreement.
You still didn't tell me why in your world you don't look down from a higher elevation to a lower elevation.
Do you see what's happening here, everybody?
Yeah,
Does
I do.
Everybody listening
You want
to
me
this?
to agree. You first agree. How in your world you look down from a higher elevation to a lower elevation?
You see what's happening here,
not
folks?
looking down.
Here we go.
You are over talking, Chaggy. That's what's happening.
Oh, that's what's happening is I'm over talking, Chaggy.
Yeah, that's what you do.
No. Oh, well then. Bad llama. Bad llama. Insert GIF. Anybody else want to step up?
Yeah, hey Shaggy, do you want to address these pictures at all? You want to just move on?
I actually had a question. There is a red building in the left picture. We could actually number the pictures. So that's picture 1. Then the middle picture, picture 2, and then the right picture, picture 3. In picture 3, the red building is cut off.
It's
other
cropped.
buildings, it's not.
Yeah, I checked.
Also,
it's cropped. It's the same scale. It's just cropped off. It's not even if you just take that piece, it's not as wide.
So Travis, which has cropped off the image on the right? Was it the conditions of the day, or was it you?
It was me.
Why on the earth would you crop off that picture?
Because I had a 6-panel I don't know what the fuck to say. excuse me, I don't know what the Smurf to say. A 6-panel file that I was using. Hold on, don't me. I can give you all 6 panels. Okay? It was too much for Discord to handle because I don't pay them for Nitro. If you want to pay for my subscription to Nitro, then I can give you all 6 images unedited. I already made this. Hold on, don't hum me. I already made the claim that this image was cropped, so you're not bringing anything new to the conversation. Would you like to go any farther than this right now?
Yeah, like I still don't understand. Like, if the situation of the day doesn't crop the image, why the hell would you think that you have in all your preposterous and you have the right to do that? Like, you're not presenting us with the same data. You need to, in every single one of... Hold on, Travis, I'm talking.
I have the right.
In every single one of these pictures, you should be giving us the same thing. You're not giving us the same thing, Travis.
Okay.
And I don't care if you said in the beginning that you cropped the picture. Because Jesse at the beginning also said that he lifted the camera and the angle is different. You didn't care, so I don't care that you said in the beginning you cropped it.
I did care.
Who the fuck cares, Travis?
I did care.
I mean, you're not giving us the same thing, and you should be giving us the same thing.
Okay, would you?
Can you admit, Travis? Can you admit that you're not giving us the same thing in the picture on the right?
Go ahead, yes, troll, man. Go ahead. You're the troll. Are you done? Are you done?
Are you going to answer the question?
Would you like me to present an image with all 6?
I would like you to answer the question.
Would you like me to present you with an image of all 6 panels so that this can be put to rest?
I'm satisfied if you answer my question, Travis.
Earlier, when I presented these 3 panels, I didn't have you trolls in here. I had Jesse. We were able to discuss this in a very calm, clear, and cogent fashion. Now that you trolls are here, would you like me to present the singular image of all 6 panels?
I would like you to answer my question.
Say the word.
I would like you to answer my question.
Say the word. I'll get you all 6 panels.
I'll repeat myself. I would like you to answer my question.
Does anyone else have anything to contribute to this conversation?
Are you presenting the
Lori,
same thing on the right?
I mean, you're asking for basically all 6 of the pictures, are you not? And he's kind of telling you he can give you all 6 of the pictures.
Yes, and I'm asking him to answer my question because I asked him first before he asked his. So if he can answer my question, I can answer his.
So what's the significance of your question?
The significance is if he can admit that he's not giving the same thing on the picture on the right, then I know that he's at least an honest individual, and then maybe we can look at all the pictures.
I already told you that earlier in this stream, I personally divulged the information that the very right image was cropped.
But why the hell would you crop it? It's not the conditions of the data.
I already told you.
So why do you think?
Were you not paying attention? It's all right, I told you.
It's all right. I can summarize for you. He already told. Yeah, he's fitting it in the panel for data size or whatever for Discord.
Also, so it's not magically okay to present a different picture.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, he's not.
Not necessarily. That's what he's saying.
Well, that's not what I get from it, and let me tell you why. Because he's saying he's fitting it for Discord, and again, he's cropping the image. He didn't change the image physically when taking it, which is what you presented when it came to his opposition of the disparity of angle in Jesse's picture, correct? So it's really kind of a false equivalence. And he also said that he can present to you all the pictures if you'd like. So instead of just circle jerking about this question, let's just move forward. If you want to see the pictures, if you really want to see the pictures, just let him present the pictures. No?
He is free to, isn't he in control of the stream? He can present the pictures and whenever he wants to.
Allow him to do that.
Well, I'm not stopping him.
Well, you were
Like he could have done this all the time while we're talking. He could have done that.
Man, you know what?
You were. Hold on,
I
Larry.
do not have time for this gaslighting.
No. I got you, bro. You just insisted that he answered your question. We could not move forward with this conversation until he
but he could have
question,
been
right.
Like he has control of the images and what he presents. So while we were talking and while I was asking for him to answer my question,
reasonable, logical people that are listening to him is what he's hoping.
Well, then
people
that's
that
up to
actually
him.
are listening to what he's saying rather than trying to gaslight him as he's pointing out there.
Yeah, if he wanted to present all of the pictures, he could have done it even while I was asking for him to answer my question.
Okay. So at this point, Laurie, are we done with this? Are you going to let him move forward? Go ahead.
Yeah, we can move on.
This is your second non-relevant question.
Yes.
Second time.
Thank you for keeping track, sir.
All right.
Sorry about that, Travis. Go ahead, man.
No, man, you're good. I'm trying to really maintain my composure because this is your platform. So I hope that I haven't.
Well, I did just kick us off live because this was going for a little bit, and I thought it'd be cool, like you said. And now we got your images posted up while you're talking. So yeah. Just
well,
keep right
unfortunately, we don't have anyone who's well, I suppose that there could be someone here who has an interest in this discussion. Is Jesse even still here?
I'm here.
What the heck, man? You were supposed to leave like 5 hours ago, and you're still here.
Well,
Okay, look, bro. What do you think about the exchange that just happened? Like, what's your opinion?
I kind of took a potty break, and then I kind of came back and snacked a bit. But
that's like a, excuse me, Your Honor, asked and not answered. Like, how much? Okay, look. How much have you heard in order to give a decent response, bro?
Well, I have my own little places I go when I want drama, and this isn't it. I'm actually a lot more...
Wait. I'm sorry. You think that there's drama going on here right now? Why would you say something ludicrous like that?
Well... May I finish a sentence?
Yeah, you may.
Anyway, I would be much more interested in talking about our observations of this world around us. And I'm still completely baffled as to what your concern was with my two different angles of shot with my...
Okay. All right. So let's go back to that. Okay, that's fine with me. So here we go. I'm on the screen right now. I've got your calm, warm, sunny day. Sunny day, chasing the rain away. And then we got the cold, windy, cloudy day. Cold, windy, cloudy. Okay. So what I find unfortunate, if we're going to start from scratch, is that we don't have two images of a fairy on the cold, windy, cloudy day. Like, what is this column for? Like, it shouldn't even exist.
I wish there had been a boat there too, man. But do you know what? There wasn't. So I couldn't photograph it.
Okay, so fine. You've got image number 6 here with topography. Look, I get what you're saying. Like, if you have to drive 5 hours to this location, I'm not going to bitch at you. But if you can get here within an hour, a half an hour, you should be getting the same image. You can't even tell us that 5 and 6 is oriented in the same direction.
Is that significant? Does it matter if the observer position is the same height above the water and I'm measuring the angle to the horizon? The horizon's about the same.
Okay, look. You don't even have, bro. Come on, man. Vertical angle 2 seconds. Vertical angle 318. Vertical angle 10. You don't. Excuse me?
Minus 10.
Oh, that's better. You don't even have anything except for the focal length.
Calm down. It's really hard to listen to you if you're trying to be snarky and imply things.
I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm completely incredulous. This is incredulity.
I know, and you really should back it off, man. It's not a good look.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we have a vertical angle of 2 seconds. We have a vertical angle of 3 minutes 18 seconds, which is a disparity of 3 minutes 16 seconds. And then we want to add a negative. We have a negative 10 seconds, which would make this a disparity of I don't even know. What is this?
You can also you can treat this conversation like there's a bunch of adults in here. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'm
Like
trying.
you can just speak normally. You know, we don't need to go about this in this manner.
I need to use my Barbie tour guide voice.
Can I ask, Jesse, what would you be trying to claim from these pictures and the sequence that you have? Maybe that will help.
Well, what kind of axe is it? I usually don't like to get axed, but anyway, sorry.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was your question?
Yeah, without the ad hom.
What the heck was that? Hold on. Like, what the heck was that? Axed?
Well, do you know
what are you trying to say, sir?
It's good instead of ass.
I don't understand. What are you trying to imply? I'm a little bit lost. When you said axed, Jesse.
That's what he said.
Come on. He was just making a little bit of a pun. I don't think he was trying to be racist, bro.
What? I don't understand. What do you mean racist? How is that racist? I'm curious. Like I'm lost here. I don't understand.
It's not racist. It's just a word play on.
A word play on.
It's because bringing levity to a conversation. Okay?
Oh, that's negator. That's negator. That's negator. Not.
The tone in his voice wasn't condescending. Okay, he's not being snarky. It's obvious to him or to everybody here, and apparently to Hammer, that he was just being kind of goofy. Okay,
this is amazing.
What was your question balanced?
What would be your claim of the pictures in the way you have them? Like, what would you be trying to say?
That depending on the air temperature and water temperature conditions, the water line on the ship can appear 3 arc minutes above eye level, and in other conditions, then it would appear below eye level.
Since there's such a great void, we have already established that the reason why there's a difference between 3 and 5 is you, not the conditions of the medium.
Fuck.
You.
You're roboting.
We know it's him. That's the point. He's measuring the angle that day.
We lost you there.
Did anyone else lose me?
You just came back, Travis.
Okay. Okay, look, I'm in a condominium. I'm not moving anywhere. Did anyone else besides Jesse lose me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all did.
Okay.
And we could hear each other, but not you.
Okay, fair enough. Did you hear that?
Yep.
Have
Yep.
Already Did you
Loud
hear
and
that?
clear.
Yep.
Determined that you are the reason why
You're
there
coming in
is
good.
a... Okay. Should I start over?
No, I started out when I first showed you this picture. I told you that I aimed that telescope pretty close to straight and level.
I get that, man. I get that. But see, look, I didn't get it. I got it, but I didn't get it. I heard what you said, but I didn't get the significance of the import of the significance of the import. There's nothing about the difference of the conditions of the day, because the left column is all column, warm, and sunny. Images, hold on, shush. Images 3 and 5 are all taken on the column, warm, sunny day.
Again, man, you don't need to speak with that tone, okay? Jesse's being super nice to you.
He is.
All right, don't talk to him like he's some kind of child or idiot, okay?
Okay, I didn't. So,
what does warm mean, Travis? Why say it like that?
Until, okay, look, this is like, how many hours have I been here with Jesse? We had a fantastic discussion until this image. This image to...
And now you're like, well, I've got to talk to Jesse like he's a moron. I'm going to enunciate my words long and slow, implying I think he's some kind of idiot that can't comprehend what I'm saying unless it's done slowly. You don't need to do that, okay? It's just so disrespectful.
I will try to mitigate the amount of sarcasm that I use. The reason why I have taken it to this extreme is very intentional and purposeful. It's not because I'm immature. It's because I cannot believe that the clarity of my explanation heretofore has been missed. I have been very specific, very clear, and up to this point, it has been missed. So yeah, I've tipped the tables, and I've gone to the extreme because...
Hold on. Jesse, do you understand his disagreement?
No, I can't figure out what's going on.
So that's why he's trying to explain to you. Like you're saying, you don't understand where he disagrees at, right?
I'm not sure even if this is about a disagreement. I don't understand what's troubling.
You're claiming the conditions, but it's the same. It's calm, warm, and sunny, both the same in your picture, and you change the angles. So how can that match your claim of it's the conditions and it's the same condition? It's calm, warm, or sunny, and you change both of the angles in both of the pictures.
I took two pictures, one straight and level, and then one slanted up 3 arc minutes. I don't see what's wrong with taking two pictures.
What would match your claim though?
Both of them match my claim.
That is what?
What's that?
Day, the horizon of water level
Chaiki, listen, Chaiki,
is above. Is above. I was talking.
Yeah, if I have not spoken, you should not speak. No, listen. This should be between... I think it's balanced truth. Is that balanced truth?
You're now organizing the conversation.
Yeah, because we had
I'm answering it.
Oh my God! Can we get a moderator here, please?
Yeah, please.
What do we need?
You talked enough.
We had balanced. We had balanced. Yeah, we had balanced truths, and Jesse having a perfectly calm discussion, and Chaiki ejaculated.
Are you gonna behave, Chaiki, or do I have to keep you on mute?
I was starting to answer a balanced truth when this triggered.
All right, let's just get over that. What was your answer? Go ahead.
My answer. What was the question? I forgot.
Yeah. Sit down.
Not because of you.
And stop talking. You interrupted the flow of a perfectly legitimate conversation that now has to be.
You're interrupting now.
Yeah, with good reason. Everybody in the audience knows why.
Hey, Travis, could I ask you a question?
No, you may not, because I want Balanced Truths and Jesse to pick back up where they were before Chaiki ejaculated.
All right. Balanced Truth, if you don't mind, do you remember the question that you might have asked, or where you guys were at?
It was if he understood like where the disagreement was and what the claim was, and why don't he understand that it's the same conditions, calm, warm, or sunny, right? It's the same conditions, Jesse. You're saying different conditions can change what? And if the same condition.
The different conditions are on the right-hand column in my picture.
The one picture with no boat and a different background?
Correct.
How's that a comparison, though? What are you comparing?
I'm comparing the angle to the horizon.
If I may, can I jump in with my interpretation, Jesse?
I would like not to, because no.
Well, the issue is I don't think you understand what Jesse's presenting to you.
If you're going to say the same thing that Jesse has said, I'm not going to understand any more than Jesse has said. Jesse, do you have any right? Because if we look at the left column, look, guys, listen very carefully, please. I have taken images in every condition. I get attacked for giving the shittiest images. I don't have any complaints. No complaints about the images here. None. Okay? One thing we can see about image 3, the very first image with the boat, is there's no discernible background. Can we all agree on that?
I think so.
Can we all agree that number 5 has no discernible background?
Yeah.
What relevance does 6 have?
Because it shows the angle to the horizon.
Does the angle to the horizon... Hold on. Does the vertical angle in 6 match 5?
Nope.
Does the vertical angle in 6 match 3?
Nope.
What relevance does 6 have?
It shows the difference in vertical angle to the horizon on 2 different days in different weather conditions.
Which has no bearing in this discussion, because you do not have a variable that you can point to as to the cause, except for the fact that we know in 3 and 5, you were the reason why there was a difference between the vertical angle. So in 6, my logical conclusion is you just happened to smurfing orient the angle the way that you did. Not only that, but we don't have a control image, which 6 should be. And if 3 doesn't have the background, you got no control. If 5 doesn't have the background, you got no control. I can show you any panel of images that I present to you with every single variable under control. In these images, there is no single variable under control. I don't know what we're having a discussion about.
So you ignored the fact that one set of images was taken on a calm, warm, and sunny day, and the others were not, right? Because that's some cosmic miraging is temperature inversion.
What others? There's only one other. There's not others. There's only one other.
I don't play games of technicalities, okay? But you must agree that one of the other variables here is that one was taken on a warm day and one was not.
I have no idea. I have no way of verifying that. No.
Well, of course, none of us can
verify. That's what he told you, and that's all you have to go on these images. So don't claim that there is no variable, but also there's no way for you to verify the variable that he told you. Okay.
Okay. Listen to me very carefully, please.
No. Was the temperature the same on both those days? It was not. Okay.
How do you know?
Because Jesse told you, didn't he?
No, he look. How do I know?
That's what it says in the image. You don't.
If I showed you,
hang on, Travis. How would Jesse prove to you the temperature of each of those days?
I would think Ace. Hold on. I can answer your question. If on 6/3 he has a screenshot of a weather app, that's 1. If on 6/10 he has a screenshot of a weather app, that's 2. How about that?
So it sounds like instead of investigating the information provided, we're looking for reasons to ignore it. Because at the end of the day, he could have photoshopped all this.
Let me ask you a question.
All of this could be fake. So asking for proof that could only be the only way this proof would meet your standard of evidence is if you were physically there, and it's not possible. So the only way to discuss this is given the information available. Okay.
Negator. I have an honest question for you. Are you ready for it?
Does it have anything to do with you asking for something silly like a screenshot of a temperature gauge being held in his hand in the exact same image as the horizon images?
Why is that silly?
Okay? No, it does not. No.
So would he put the
No. I asked you if I could hold on. I asked you if I could ask you a question. You gave me a condition to which I said no. So that should mean that I should be able to ask you the question. So may I ask you my question? Okay. I take your silence as acquiescence. So if everyone would please pay attention to the screen here, something that just came to my mind right now. Let's just focus on these 2 images here. These 2 images right here. Do you see any apparent difference between the position of this mechanism?
Of course, it's lower in the right-hand one.
I was asking Negator, Jesse. Thank you.
That's a red herring you're chasing, though. I can smell the smoke.
Negator, do you see any difference between the 2 images of the position of this mechanism?
I think there's some wood on the right picture.
I don't know why anyone else but Negator is speaking. This is incredible.
Oh, okay.
So Travis, here's the thing, right? Everybody's here to convey information, right? You're not here to make Negator look stupid because you're not going to do that. Okay.
I'm not trying to do that, bro. I love you. You're my bro.
These weird technical.
We're bruvs, yo. We're bruvs. Come on, man. Remember the time when we, that time? Come on, man.
I'm not sure if you heard, but Negator was talking. You interrupted, Travis.
Come on.
Yeah.
That time when we were watching the SNL skit and it said more cowbell. Come on. That time.
So balance truths and hammer. This is sort of the reason that nobody takes FE serious.
Oh, really?
I want you guys to see what's going on.
Really? This is what makes FE incredible.
Are you done, Travis?
Oh no!
Yeah, I haven't seen your camera.
Oh no!
I haven't seen pictures.
You
of
haven't
your
even
camera.
seen me start.
I haven't seen the picture of your camera where you took your picture from.
Oh yeah, well it's on my channel. If you would watch,
is it on your channel?
Excuse me.
Is it on your channel?
Excuse me. On my channel, there's a playlist. You could look for setting up the shoot.
Mod, can I get a mod here?
Hold on.
Can I get a mod here?
Oh yeah, get a mod. Yeah, get a mod. Go ahead.
Come on, Amber. You needed Jackie a second ago because he was talking just a little bit, and now you're letting this bullshit continue.
Well, not because he was talking a little bit. He was kind of interrupting the flow of the conversation. Travis, I mean, we had the whole beginning of this conversation recorded on the Droid, right? So it's not all what's going out on what's currently live as far as my channel. So check that out on the Sojourners podcast. That's sojocast.com. I'm pretty sure I posted it. I'll post it up in the description. But yeah, so his behavior hasn't it's kind of gone down a little bit. I'll agree. It's he's playing up for the show a little bit. And I mean, I would like the frustration is I can sort of empathize with a little bit, but yeah, we should maybe, I mean, I'm not in disagreement that we should reel back and kind of be a little more respectful to everybody. That goes to everybody.
Understood. Cool. Thank you. So
I'll answer your question, and I'll let Jesse clarify, because there are lots of differences, right? On the left, the image, or rather the satellite, or whatever it is looks like it's closer to the water. It's higher. The sun's in a different position based off the shadow. He says it's warm and calm, which I can see that it's calm. The water's flat. The right-hand side says cold and windy. I can't verify that it's cold, but I think it's reasonable to believe him, because that's what we must do if we're going to take these images at face value. I can believe him that it's windy and cloudy, because you can see ripples in the water, and I see less defined shadow, which means that it probably is cloudy as well as clouds in the sky. So what's the relevance of this question?
Well, it seems to me that that there is an obvious discrepancy between the position of these mechanisms. So if the level of this body of water isn't due to tides, right? So I'm just going to take it for granted. Let's say it's a lake. Let's say the lake's input and output is so even that it has an equilibrium. That is, there's no tide. There's no high tide. There's no low tide. If there's no high tide and low tide, I would have no comprehension as to why you would not orient your implement the same way.
You think lakes don't have high tides and low tides?
Actually,
so just briefly again, even if, okay, hold on, let's say this. The reason why, this is my interpretation, and look, I only got a master's degree, so I'm not a PhD, so I could be missing something here. So, in my interpretation of this presentation here,
appeal to authority fallacy.
In my understanding of the two images here, left and right, calm, warm, sunny, cold, windy, cloudy. The left, shadow. The right, no shadow. The left, no waves. The right, wavy ripples. Okay, so we can clearly see that there's a reasonable explanation for the designations of both images. However, there is.
Are you showing this on your screen? I apologize. I really do. Are you showing this on your screen right now, though? Because I was trying to catch up with you.
So I'm just simply sharing the stream. So I just clicked the screen share again. Did it refresh?
It's still showing Jesse's pictures for some reason.
Yeah. No. We're talking about Jesse's pictures.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Then I'm
okay.
Just
So right.
behind
So
that.
I just fanned up and down. Right. So you see me going up and down right now.
Not.
Is
Hold
it?
on. I'm behind. Go ahead.
Okay.
Do that again. Yeah, we're good. I'm on it. Good.
Okay. Yeah. No. These are Jesse's pictures. Okay. Look, man. So the only reason, in my understanding of reality, the only reason for the right image to obviously have the legs splayed out is that the elevation of the water was higher in the right image. So he lowered the implement to get to the same elevation, because in the left, he was lower than the original position. So if you could imagine that we had a theodolite out here in the water, out here, which would be a lower elevation, which would require the angle of the legs to be higher. It's not very difficult for me to imagine why he did this. If that were the case, that there was a tide here. Otherwise, if this level of the water doesn't change, it makes no sense to me why you would have this lowered. So, my question now that this has come out, why, Jesse, in this another exciting adventure, did you change the elevation of your implement?
You could have asked 20 minutes ago and I could have saved you all that, but I'm glad to answer. So, my goal was to get it as low as I practically could to the water to take the reading, okay? And so the first time I kind of set it up, and if I put it any lower than it shows in the left picture, the legs wouldn't stick in the sand. They would just start sliding, and it would just tip over, and it wouldn't stay up. I tried putting it down on the ground, but then it wouldn't be level because the beach was tipped. So I put it up as low as I could get it to stand on all three legs. That was just as low as I could figure out how to get it. A week later, I looked around and I realized there was driftwood, and so I thought I can get this even lower, and so I let it squat all the way down and propped it up with driftwood until it was level enough to level. So that's what that is. And if you like, I can go back and redo the right-hand picture with the tripod up to match the left-hand picture if you like.
Wait. Before you do, which one you say is lower?
The one on the right.
The one on the right is lower. So how that helps your cause?
Yeah, it helps my cause.
I know.
Because if I lowered the instrument, then the horizon should have appeared to go up, not down. So, but anyway, Travis, if you want me to redo it,
yeah, hold on.
I'll be glad to.
Hold on. The statement that if you lowered the implement, the horizon should go up, not down, implies that you do not understand that you are looking through a dynamic system that changes and doesn't ask for your permission to change.
Would you like me to redo the right-hand picture and measurement with the tripod up like the left-hand one shows? I'm glad to. I'll do it just for you.
Okay. If you're going to do this, the elevation and distance and focal length must all be uniform.
Why?
Right. To measure the angle to the horizon? Naturally, I would focus on the horizon the best I could. You wouldn't want it any other way. The focal length will be the same because it's the same phone and the same theodolite.
So let me just jump in real quick and go back here to these images here. These images here, I oriented my implement as best I could. Are you good with that?
I'll take your word for it. I don't know how. I mean, obviously, how would I know if you could have done better?
see the impact of the question I'm asking you?
No.
I don't understand.
Okay.
I don't see the significance.
Okay,
I have no doubt that you did as good as you could.
Great. So if you, Jesse, it's just you and me, bro. No one else here. Let's pretend like everybody else is just
Ooh,
just you and
romantic.
me. This image is the best I could do orienting my field of view. This image is the best I could do orienting my field of view. If you want to go out and orient your image as best as you can visually, then good. But if you are going to give us a vertical angle of 2 seconds and a vertical angle of 3 minutes and 18 seconds, then that is not orienting it the way you see it.
What does that mean, the way you see it?
When I look out on these images here, actually, let me pull this one because it's got all 5. Okay, look, guys, look. I mean, I don't make this difficult. I do not make this difficult. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This image over here, in my opinion, is the best. Best. Not the same. Not the same. Holy shit, that's horrible. This one's close. Okay? The only thing in all 5 of these images that are the same are my distance and my elevation as an observer. 5.87 miles. This is 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 5.87.
Hey, Travis, again, if you want to have adult conversation, man, you got to step it back a little bit, okay?
I just want to ask him a question real quick.
Great.
Let me ask him a question.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Sorry, Hammer. Great. No. Negator, what does step it back right now in this context mean?
The exact same thing that I've been getting at since I got here.
I wasn't.
You keep treating everybody around you like they're all idiots, okay?
No.
We're not.
No.
You can make your point succinctly, right? You could do it quickly without having to.
I wasn't drawing out a syllable, bro.
Why did you repeat 5.87 5 different times when you could have just said?
I didn't want.
The
Listen,
distance
man.
from A to B is the
this
same.
is from your side. The reason why I'm doing this is because your side would have said, "Oh, in scene number 3, you didn't say 5.87 miles." That's why I'm doing this, man. Because
you could have
your
simply
side.
said all of them are the same. Okay,
fine, whatever.
We in agreement? Like we just speak directly and quickly.
Okay. So you can clearly see that this tower is here. This tower is here. This tower is here. I have oriented. Okay, shush. I have oriented every tower as best I could, right? This is a zoomed in, full optical, right? So if you're going to, well, I'm not going to try to put words in your mouth. It is difficult once you have zoomed in fully that if you even move the camera, you're going to, because of foreshortening, skew the entire image. So these are pretty GD good, right? Boom, 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 and boom. If I were to line up the top of that tower with every of the other towers, do you know what would be true of everything below? It would not wait a minute. Why is that? Wait a minute. This tower is the same height as this tower, but this tree line isn't the same as this tree line. And this tower is the same as this tower, but this tree line isn't this. Wait a minute. This tree line Wait a minute, nothing matches. Now,
hey, Travis.
Yeah.
We like your pictures. They're excellent. Were you working up to a point?
Is there any reason why you are ejaculating on my face right now?
Well, I have a question for you, if you don't mind, to get away from the ejaculation, if you want to avoid the ejaculation. Because you said, just reeling it back just a second, you said the only things that are the same are the distance and the elevation.
Oh, I'm sorry, the focal length. The focal length as well. Thank you.
And also like the level at which you were pointing the camera, no?
Well, again, the level the level is difficult because of the zoom. When you zoom into a target this close, the subtle little shift of your implement is going to mess up the angle. So as best I could, I orient the fixed position of this tower. If you want to take that to task, be my guest.
Screen level.
Well, dude, like you said, due to foreshortening and things like that, wouldn't that tower on these different days like end up being in different places?
Yep.
It could, but it's less likely to be affected than anything else because it's the highest, and the light coming from the top of the cell tower travels through the least amount of density gradient near the surface of the lake. So it's the best thing to center the camera on. I'm going to agree with him on that.
So just to toot my own horn, and I will for this moment, in the 3 conversations that I have had with the webmaster PhD astrophysicist of the gsu.edu site, when he, who knows now that I've been trolled by Sean Hawkins, who knows now that I am a flat earther, despite the fact that I tried to present him with evidence based solely on science, up to that point, before he knew I was a flat earther, all he could do was say, your methodology is exactly what I would expect in observational science. I can't do any better than that, guys. Come on. I can't do any better than that.
You can provide the pictures, the original pictures, that we can verify that the focal length is indeed the same in all of them.
If you, right, Chaiki?
You asked me, you remember you asked me for the original picture that I posted?
No.
I posted it 10 seconds after you asked for it.
You posted one photograph.
That wasn't even your picture, Shaiki.
Right.
No,
First
but
of all,
I posted. You said, "Can I have the clear
okay,
picture
listen,
without the
okay,
drawing?"
whatever.
I gave it right away.
I'll let the troll talk. Go ahead, troll.
Right. I didn't hesitate. I didn't start to ask questions. I just posted.
Tiggy, you're not supposed to respond to that. I apologize for cutting you off there at the end, but you're not supposed to talk when he calls you a troll, right? You're just proving him right at that point.
Well, that's what you think. When I'm saying that he asked for a picture, not he, all of the people here asked for the picture, the original picture, without any lines of it, and I provided it after 10 seconds. I didn't make no terms to do it.
Wait, did you say without? Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Did you say without any lines?
Yeah, without me drawing on it.
What does that mean?
The original picture without drawings on it.
Okay, because the only thing I saw was a photograph with lines on it. So I didn't.
You missed the other one.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, look, that's fine. All I'm saying is that the first image that I saw was one with the lines of this feet, that feet, that feet.
Right, that's the first one I posted. Then I was asked to give the one without the lines.
I didn't know that.
The old picture.
Who asked you for that? Did I ask you for that?
Maybe it was.
No, it wasn't me.
Could be. Oh, okay, wasn't you.
So then why would I know that you posted another picture?
That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Well, it does
I
matter
didn't
now.
make
You've
10.
brought it up. You have
I
brought it
did
up,
make.
and you have made it a thing. Was it tonight? Was it in this conversation, Chikey? That was a question I had, and I apologize again for
Yes,
cutting you.
I brought the picture and they asked me, can
So
we
it's in
have
the
the
chat
picture
right now.
without the drawing on it, that we can see the whole picture? Go
Did
right
you
ahead.
inform me? Did you say, hey, Travis, by the way, someone else asked for an image without any lines, the raw data, so to speak? No,
Well,
you didn't.
the
I
minute-
went up and found the image that you posted that had these lines and numbers on it. That was all I know. So all we're doing right now is fighting a troll.
Yeah, so I was.
No, we don't gotta fight him. That's why.
I didn't ask for a
We don't
picture
gotta fight
either.
him.
I was
Is it the
asked
Blackpool Tower picture you're talking about?
Yeah.
905. That's the one.
So the reality,
5
guys,
after the hour, I guess.
Right.
Okay.
That's the second I posted.
So listen, as far as I know right now on the screen that you're seeing, 5 panels. As best I could, I left the file the way it was. I didn't line it up with anything. This is 357 millimeter, 357 millimeter, 357 millimeter, 357. If I had lined up, if I had lined up anything, everything else would be off. You can clearly see that from this tower to this tower, this one's higher. I can see that right now. Well, Travis,
Okay. Hang on, Travis. You took Jesse's images. You're making comparison to your images, attempting to. It sounds like you're saying your methodology is better. What you haven't explained is, what do you think Jesse's intention was, and why is your methodology better for Jesse's intention? Because Jesse's intention was merely measuring the vertical angle of the horizon, and that's all.
He was the reason it was different. I asked him point blank. Hold on. Let me go back to his image. Right.
It is his images, like push to talk my stupid app is dumb. The what Chikey mentioned, that was God damn it, which was ignored, was that if geometrically your observer position is lower to the surface of a ball, then the visible horizon should rise. And as you rise from the surface of the ball, the visible horizon should lower.
No, you can't say that, man. You can't say that.
It's pure geometry. It's like saying that 3 angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees. I can't say that.
I get it. And then listen, Negator, listen to me.
Let me finish.
Get what you're saying.
Let me finish because you don't. Because the problem here is that under those circumstances, right, where you could adjust the observer elevation, and as it gets higher, the dip angle should become greater, should dip lower. The opposite has happened here, because the horizon is higher in the image where the elevation is higher, which means it's impossible that the difference in elevation is what produced the difference in angle. Does that make sense?
The thing... Okay. It does not make sense.
Why?
Because the thing that you are not taking into consideration is the medium through which you are looking.
Remember, your objection was the change in elevation. What I've just explained shows you that it was not the change in elevation. If you want to insert some new objection, that's fine. We can talk about it. But you must first admit the change in elevation is not the cause.
What was the cause for the change in elevation?
No.
Oh,
do you understand? Do you understand that the change in elevation cannot produce an opposite change in angle? Do you understand?
The change in elevation. Hold on. Change in elevation. I'm trying to understand this. Okay, I'll let you go ahead. Go ahead, Hammer. Go ahead, man.
I think we all are. So, if Yeah, because I'm kind of completely lost at this point. I thought, essentially reeling it back a little bit, right? All Travis is trying to claim here is that you have to keep an oriented view if you're trying to measure a change of the horizon, right? Which is, I think, is what the original claim was of what he was trying to figure out with these images or trying to show in these images, right? You have to have a fixed orientation with what you're taking the picture of, right? And just a basic, right? Am I right there, Travis, or no?
Hold on. At least it sounds reasonable from what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, it may not be expressed very well, so it's still a malformed thought, but or summarization. But and what Negator is trying to say, try to give it to us one more time. I'm going to really listen here, Negator. Try to summarize for us what your contention is.
Okay, so number one, I agree with you that if we want to be exceedingly perfect in our observations, they should be as identical as possible. And that since all Jesse cares about is vertical angles, the orientation doesn't matter left to right, as long as the horizon is in view. That's all that matters. And you've seen images of, or if you have not, tell me, of simulated elevation change on a sphere, like a graphical sphere where you have a camera that's rising and the horizon edge of that sphere drops away. Are you familiar?
I think so, yeah.
So that's people put that in software to show that's what would happen if Earth were a globe, and then attempted to compare that to real world observation. But geometrically, that's true. If Earth is a globe and you go higher, the horizon should drop. In these images, the camera, or I'm sorry, the device on the left is higher than the device on the right. That's true. If we're arguing that elevation change
hold on, and I apologize. I just need clarification on that. You're saying the image on the left and the right are different, and which ones are you talking? Are we looking at Travis's screen here?
No, the ones at the top.
Jesse's
We talked about this earlier, right here.
Okay.
This theodolite is oriented obviously different than this.
He's saying that since the legs, if you look at the way the legs are fixed, the right-hand image's legs are splayed outwards, which can only mean that the theodolite is lower in that image.
Gotcha, I'm on board.
Unless in the right image the tide was higher and he was able to orient the theodolite in the very same position. They could be in the exact same position, elevation. Absolutely.
You follow that, Negator?
Let me ponder that one. If the tide were higher on the left, is that what we're claiming?
On the right.
No, on the right.
Well, if the tide were higher on the right, that would give us even more reason to believe that the horizon should be higher.
No. Don't go that far yet. Just if in setting up the theodolite here, right? If the claim were that they are on the same elevation looking out over the water, the explanation for why the legs are different on the right is because the tide is higher. Therefore, he had to lower it, right, to get it at the same height per se as what the one on the left is. You follow that?
Well, do we know the difference in tides?
Oh my God.
Well,
we're just saying hypothetically. This is just hypothetically here. This is just hypothetically.
Okay, so here we go. Ready?
Ifs and buts.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hold on, Negator.
No. Hang on.
Please.
Let's take it back from a hypothetical tide. All we know is the elevation of the device, correct?
This is
the
a
only
kidney
thing we're
punch.
going off of to say that they're not the same.
Hold on.
Travis.
Hold on. You listen, man. You can recover, bro. I believe in you. Here we go. On the left, calm, warm, sunny, low tide. Right image, cold, windy, cloudy, high tide,
So the tide on the right is high. That's what you're telling me?
I don't know why, if there's no tide, that is, that the apparent position of the water and the land is at the same elevation, why would you lower your implement to make the same observation?
Travis.
And has he given an explanation for that at all?
Well, yeah, he did give an explanation. Nobody listened. But let's bring it back. If we're saying the tide on the right is in, it's higher, then that's much more what that means is that the horizon should be again higher in the image. So we're just giving two reasons why the horizon should be higher in the right-hand image. One, because the tide is in and higher, and two, the elevation of the device is lower, closer. Right? We're simply reinforcing the idea that the right-hand image should have a high angle horizon.
Nick, can I ask you a question real quick?
What's happening in these two images is the right-hand horizon angle is lower than the left-hand horizon angle. So I don't know why you're arguing this.
Okay, just real quick. Is the tide 1 inch higher or 3 feet?
What
does it matter? Because in the left-hand image, the angle to the horizon, it does not matter. If you want to tell me why it matters, then I'll answer the question.
Is the tide 1 foot higher or 10 foot?
What's it matter?
What does it matter? The observer height above the water is all that matter.
If that's
But if the hold on.
Yeah.
If the height of the water is changing, right? Then the height above the water is going to change relative to the elevation that you're at as far as the ground. Do you guys follow that?
All that matters is the observer height above the water, whatever it is at that time.
So Hammer, the device he's using establishes level, and then you pointed at things to determine a vertical angle above or below level, right? That's what the angle measurements on the lower left-hand side of the screen are. If the tide was in, you should logically deduce that means the horizon level is higher, correct?
No, this is why I was just trying to clarify step by step what was going on, because I'm still kind of lost. And just so, like, if we could just, I'm pretty sure the only claim that was made is that if the tide is in more on the right, that could explain why he set up his theodolite lower, quote unquote, in the picture, but actually it's actually representing the same elevation above the ground as what the one on the left is. Am I correct on that?
No, he explained why. He wanted to put it as low as possible to the ground, to the water.
Okay, Chaggy says no. What, Travis, did you follow that?
That's what Jesse said.
All I can say is that in my observations, I tried to control as much as I could. I had to have
No, Travis, I apologize.
Okay.
Just on the two pictures right here that we're looking at on your screen, right? And you remember what we were talking about? The one on the left and the one on the right, and why they're higher or lower. You follow me there?
I think so. Go ahead.
And weren't we saying that it could explain the one on the right being lower, right? It could technically still be at the same elevation, but it looks lower because the tide is higher. Is that what we were saying?
That's what I was saying. Yes, exactly. Yes. It could very well. Okay, listen. This isn't hard. I'm not a smart guy. Listen, I only got a master's, okay? I'm not smart.
But follow me here, because it is kind of confusing, because like we're talking about the height of the theodolite above elevation, right, of the ground. Am I right there?
No, above the water.
Above the
elevation
water.
Elevation is determined from the surface of the water.
Which is an interesting question.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, which is an interesting question. We can all see the relationship between the instrument in the water, it is a tidal water, so where else would I want it? What bearing would the height of the ground have to do with the height of the water? If I'm measuring the height,
I'll tell you.
Well, that's my
Ready?
hold on. I can answer that. That's my misunderstanding. I'm trying to get clarification here. And I mean, clearly, then, if we are talking about the height of the water, I mean, you're at two different elevations, are you not?
you mean compared to the water?
That's an affirmative,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Yeah, the one on the left is a foot or so higher
How would we know that?
compared to the other.
How would we know that?
Well,
Why do you disagree with absolutely everything, Travis? Come on, man. It's silly and a waste of time.
Have you ever been in any forum where I have been put up against the rack?
It's because it's an irrelevant question.
Absolutely not. Not because.
Okay.
No. Because
it's like this childlike need to just disagree.
Yeah, childlike.
Right? There's
yeah.
no reason.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead. What does it matter? What does it matter that it's a foot, or if it's 6 inches, or if it's 3 inches? We know it's higher. What's it? You tell us why it matters.
Does 3 inches matter, Negator?
You tell me. Why does it matter?
That's what she said.
Yeah, there you go. So
look. Listen. I can show you.
Is the elevation of the water higher if the tide is in? Because let me back up. So the point of the measurement is the angle from the device to the horizon, right? Like we're on track with that.
Not really. I think we're taking this a little bit back into high gear, and I think we.
Okay. Well, that's
so what? Just to get to the rigid. What was the contention with? How do we know? I mean, looking at these two images, it looks like one's higher or lower, right? And then, I mean, I guess we would have to do it ourselves if we really want to know. But what's the contention as far as him stating it's about a foot higher, Travis? I'm just curious.
Okay, first of all, if you see this image here on the screen, this is where I set up. There is a no swimming post, and this is where I set up. I don't really worry about Google and checking to see where my elevate.
Travis, he asked you a specific question.
Hammer, are you dissatisfied with the way I'm answering your question right now?
Not so far, no.
Negator, can you take a back seat, please?
Sure, go ahead.
I do not present any observation to my audience where I have not set up in the same exact orientation. I don't show you this photo and then another photo at the walkway 10 feet higher, and then show you two different vantage points of the same target from a 10-foot disparity. I set up. I don't lower my legs. I don't raise my legs. I don't raise the center rod to. I keep it all the same. Everything's the same.
You keep it the same. But that doesn't explain why you think Jesse needs to also do that.
Well, that's I was going to have a follow-up question there. In that, was Jesse originally? Is it your contention that like if he just presents the photos without describing how he set them up like that, is that how he was originally presenting them?
It depends on what his claim is. Like I'm still confused. Like I can't imagine. I don't know what the claim is here. Like, look, here's okay. Look, here is me. Hold on, please.
Okay, Travis, if you don't know what the claim is, you should ask clarifying questions instead of just give us reasons why. Well, then how can you argue about anything in this image if you don't know what the initial claim is? You've got no idea what he's doing.
Okay, look, I have been giving myself the benefit of the doubt that I can catch up. But this is very confusing. Listen very carefully. If this were me, this image here would look, it's going to be described in an abstract way because I can't show it to you. This image over here is the same day. This image over here would have an image of this boat from the same observation. This boat from the same observation on a different day. There's nothing, hold on, there's nothing from this cold, windy, cloudy day to compare to this. Who gives a shit? There's nothing to compare for this. Who gives a shit? We don't know where this...
The angle is the comparison.
The angle here is 2 seconds. The angle here is 3 minutes, 16 seconds. A disparity of 3 minutes, 16 seconds.
That's not a disparity.
That's the measurement.
It's a measurement. I don't know. Are you disputing measurements of reality?
Am I missing something?
Yes.
Yes. The entire point, for the third time, of Jesse's observations is vertical, angular measurements of the horizon's location. Are we in an understanding about that?
I'm sorry. Say that again, Negator. Say it again. I'm trying to hear it.
Vertical, angular measurements of the horizon's location on different days.
Vertical, angular measurements? No.
What about that? Don't you understand?
What I would expect from Jesse would be a small little hypothesis or thesis at the top.
No, not what you would expect. If you don't understand the concept that he's trying to display, you should ask questions until you do, rather than attack his methodology or the way he's presenting the information.
Okay, I don't know.
Should I explain what a vertical angular measurement is?
No, I don't know how or when you came into this conversation, but prior to this image, Jesse and I were having a perfectly delightful interaction. The minute he brought this image in, all hell broke loose because I could not understand what this image, and as a result of that, asked questions. Up to this point, I have not received any reasonable or sensible answer. I do not understand anything in this image.
Hey, Travis.
Sorry.
Can I walk him? Can I walk him?
No, Jesse just said or addressed me. So go ahead, Jesse.
Could you hop onto my screen share? I'm really trying to understand what you think is a disparity, and I might have an idea that'll help.
Well, he doesn't understand what the numbers represent to start with.
Well, may I talk with him about it, please? So, can you see my screen there, Travis?
Yeah.
Can you see my cursor?
Yeah.
Okay. See this distance between here and here, between the line and the ship.
Yes.
That's 3 arc minutes and 16 arc seconds.
Okay. Wait. What does the significance of the Nikon HA VA SDX represent?
That's the HA? Oh, nothing. Well, that's the right to left angle. When you turn it on, it starts out at 0, and then as you when you're surveying, you point at a certain known.
He doesn't know what that whole.
I don't need anyone else to speak but Jesse. Thank you, Negator.
If you're surveying, you point it at a known location and 0 that, and then when you pivot to the right and to the left, it shows you your degrees to the right or to the left of your original direction. But since I was only measuring vertical angles, I just turned the thing on, and I guess it was 28 degrees to the left or to the right of where I ended up pointing it.
Okay, great. So what was the original value that you gave?
For the vertical angle?
I don't remember which angle it was, but you gave a number. 3 something?
Yes, 3 arc minutes and 16 arc seconds is the
Where
difference.
I don't see that.
Well, that's
where
the
do I see? Okay, hold on. I know the difference. Wait. Go back to the. You just switched images. Why did you do that?
Well,
Okay.
you're asking about the number I gave.
No. You gave this image, drew that red squiggly line, and then gave a value. Stay here on this image, and please remind me of what that value was.
3 arc minutes, 16 arc seconds, I think. Isn't that?
Okay, great. Wait. How would I verify anything that you just said to me based on the data in this image?
You wouldn't. It's in the in the image below it, where I actually pointed the scope at the waterline on the ship.
I feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone right now, because I don't understand how difficult it is for someone to communicate in a way that is straightforward, downright, and upfront. There's no reason to show me this image, draw a squiggly line, and then say 3 minutes, 16 seconds, when on the screen I've got 28 hours, 2 minutes, 42 seconds, 0002, right? There's no 3.6, there's nothing.
He's getting rid of it. What's happening?
What the crap?
You keep reading them. You read the wrong axis. You read the wrong axis. That's right to left. That's not up and down. HA is horizontal angle. That's right to left. VA is the one we're looking at.
Yeah.
That's horizontal. Wait. That's horizontal.
Your 3.16 doesn't exist on this image.
Well, that's how much that squiggly line takes up vertically.
Let's classify. What are you pointing at in this image, right? Like, what are you fixated on in this image?
Straight and level, very close to straight and level, within 2 arc seconds.
And let me say this right now. This is the kidney punch again. In the next image, it's not straight and level, but had it been, it would have been right at the hull of the ship, exactly as it is now.
Yes.
What would have been right at the hull of the ship?
Go to the next image. That's the difference between the two. Hold on. If he would have oriented this photograph at 2 seconds, it would have been below the ship at the exact same position.
Yes, you got it. Congratulations.
I don't even know what to say.
So he set the
it appears there in agreement, Travis.
Horizontal. Then he takes the pictures to show how it looks horizontal. You can forget it now. No need for it. And then he measures the angle from horizontal to the waterline on the ship, which is 318. Subtract the 2 from before, you get 16.
Hammer, am I missing something?
No, I think you guys are in agreement right now, which is kind of strange. But I mean, they're essentially saying the same thing, just in a different way, I believe. They're saying that they've measured from what he's considered level within 2 arc seconds, right, and then pointed it up at the bow of the ship, and measured the difference between what appears to be where the bow of the ship is, right, vertical angle, and that plus or minus 2 arc seconds level.
Okay, Hammer, I'm sorry.
Am I correct there?
Okay, look at the image right now, right? The crosshairs are at the hull and the waterline, pretty much.
Affirmative.
Please go back to the previous image. If this image read 3 minutes, 18 seconds, the crosshairs would be at the hull of the ship.
Absolutely.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I have no clue why this is significant.
I guess that's what we're getting to then. I think maybe that's.
I mean, listen, Hammer.
Forward.
Okay, look. Everybody else is gone. Hammer. I don't get what is the significance of this?
No, I follow you. I haven't gotten that either.
We don't know. Okay, listen, Chaiki, stop. Jesse, we don't know what's going on right now.
Well, I told you 2 hours ago to forget.
Why are you talking, Chaiki? I talked to
because
Jesse.
All that matters is the bottom 2 pictures.
The bottom 2 pictures, the one with the boat and the one without the boat.
Right.
Is this your coach, Jesse? Chaiki?
No,
what the heck? Jesse's not even here. Jesse's left. This is insane.
No, he's here.
I just moved to the top because I'm screen sharing.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
I should have waited to see what you said about me.
This is like our good cop.
Yeah, I was gonna get good, Jesse.
You know what I mean?
It was gonna get good, juicy.
I think he's still here. We're getting him back in. So basically, we have him at the point where we all agree here that essentially the 2 pictures, which again, I mean, the angle of the ship, I mean, is that thing moving laterally?
He doesn't even know.
You know what I mean? But
he
anyways,
doesn't even know.
Anyways, I can go where we're going here. I think a little bit in that right now he's pointing plus or minus 2 arc seconds level out there. Right, he raises up to point at the bow of the ship, and he's measuring the difference.
Exactly.
Okay, so where are you going from there, Jesse?
Well, there wasn't any really point except I just took pictures at 2 different angles. I wanted to know what it would look like through an auto level, so I put it straight and level like this one, looked through, took a picture. Then I wanted to know the actual angle, because this one doesn't tell me the actual angle. It just shows that, yeah, it's above that projected eye level. So then I tipped it up to be at the hull, at the waterline, and measured the angle to that. That's all I did.
Well, you got to give yourself more credit than that. There can't be no point to that. You had to have some reason as to why you wanted to take these pictures.
Oh, because the ship was appearing above eye level. But there's no significance in the 2 pictures. They're just 2 shots of the same.
It's not appearing be above eye level. You're the one who lowered the crosshair. It's not like you put it at 0. It's not like you put it at 2 seconds in both images, and in one of them, which is 2 seconds, it was above. What the crack, man? What the crack?
Actually, I raised the crosshairs. I didn't lower the crosshairs. That's why it's a positive angle. Not a negative angle would be lowering the crosshairs.
Okay, so really? Okay, listen. If you took, okay, this is what my point is when anyone shows me one image and says curvature. Go out and take that picture again. It's not going to be the same. If you, Jesse, were to go out to this location again, and like I, have a no swimming sign so that you know where to put your post every single time, at the same elevation, with the same tripod at 60 inches, same elevation every single time. I bought wader boots to go out into the water when the tide was higher. Why? Because why would I elevate myself when the tide was low? When the tide was low, do you know what I didn't do? I didn't go down to the water's edge. I stayed at the same place. The fact...
Travis, no flat Earth or globe Earth horizon geometrically can be above 0 degrees at eye level. What he's showing you is that refraction can make that happen.
Prove it.
How do you
prove it? Prove your claim. You just made I'm supposed to take your word for it?
Yeah, that was a kind of interesting claim there.
Well, could I respond to something that Travis said
Sure.
about me?
If you don't mind, let's cue it up. Let's get Negator to clarify what was going on with that claim, and then we'll get you in with that question.
Perfect. Thank you.
So that all he's showing, as has been said from the start, is that different conditions can raise and lower the horizon and under specific circumstances. What he's showing you is something that is not possible geometrically in reality without the existence of refraction, that the horizon is appearing above eye level. All right, unless there's literally a hump of water out there that's as tall as the observer. And that's not true. Does that make sense, Hammer?
Kind of, but not really, because you brought up those globe Earth simulator things, and I'm like the image that I'm imagining there. I guess I'd have to pull it up again because it's been a while since I've seen it. But I thought we were discussing like it kind of does rise when you're at the ground level, and then as you go up, it drops.
Well, let's
put
it like this.
Okay.
You've seen all the perspective images, like looking at a hallway, right?
Yep.
And those images, like the bottom of the hallway, never goes past the exact center of frame, right? Just approaches it and
never
then
goes
stops.
past
Apparently.
the exact center. That I think I know what you're talking about. I might need clarification on, but that would have to do with the limitation of the hallway, right? Because if you're like talking about looking out like a long distance and it's not limited, right? What would happen then?
Well, as long as the surface is flat, it will never go past your center of frame.
Hold on. First of all, when you're looking down a hallway, it's a controlled environment, possibly as a hotel, with a controlled condition of air. And just as Hammer pointed out, that if you go outside and extend that distance into an energetic and dynamic system, you're going to complicate matters. So no, it's not going to be same.
I don't know why you felt the need to interject with that, because I very specifically said
either you're a troll. Yeah.
No, I very specifically said that refraction can change its location. You came in to tell me
that's not in question. I don't dispute that. I do not dispute that. So we're in agreement. What's next?
But then that's kind of negligent, right? Because that's not the only thing you're changing when it comes to putting yourself into a hotel room and looking down the hallway, right? So there is like limitations when it comes to the distance that we're looking at. There's other variables there that we're changing, and I don't want to take too much time away from Jesse. Had a question or he wanted to respond to something.
No, I mean I think that what you're doing right now, hopefully, right, as a disinterested third party, I would hope that you are bringing some semblance of rationality. I know that I'm triggered right now. I'm triggered because this is absurd.
Thank you.
I don't understand the observations. You can't call it absurd.
I'm sorry. Did you say I don't? I'm sorry.
I cut him off there.
No. I heard him. Did you say I don't understand the observations?
2 minutes ago, you had no idea what the significance of the angles were.
I'm going to interject. Hold on. I'm going to interject. I'm going to interject it right here, Negator, and just ask you this question. Are you not technically instigating? Because the man just said he was triggered. He kind of just put himself out on a limb there. And then you're kind of instigating there. You're kind of escalating this situation.
Well, he can't both claim to understand it, but still need it to be explained to him.
Well, it's not. So that's the thing, is that he's not really claiming he doesn't understand it. He's trying to
Here's
be
the way
humble.
I would put it.
He's trying to be humble in the idea that, maybe there is something he's missing, but as far as what he can see right now and logically deduce, that none of it, makes sense. And to be fair, I don't think Jesse has actually tried, and it could be because I've been messing around in the background and now I'm actually been focused on the conversation, that I haven't heard like what he's actually claiming from this, right? He just kind of said a little bit ago there was no point to the images. He just wanted to go out and take pictures and measure the difference And that's basically where we left off with that. And again, I haven't forgotten, Jesse. You have something you want to address, so please get in if you'd like.
Thanks. So yeah, there was no point to the two images on the left between each other. They were just two different angles, is all they were. The contrast of the image was on the right 7 days later when conditions were then different. So
you don't even know if that's the same direction you were looking, man.
Well, but you can see I took pictures of the instrument before taking the pictures through it, and you can see it's relatively close.
No, I can't see that. Are you talking about the first two images, 1 and 2 at the top? There's no way I could say that's the same orientation. Come on, man.
I mean, it's within plus or minus 25 degrees.
Show me. Okay, look. Do you see in the top right image? You see the top right image? Cold, windy, cloudy?
Can we pull them up if you guys don't mind? Are you
I've
on your?
I've got
you're on your screen.
Well, let me just show you one thing on my screen share, and then I'll close my screen share, Travis.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this, can you see the Google Earth?
Yep.
Can you see the little man?
Yep.
Okay, so I park here. I walk down this little path. I hop over this log. And right here is where I do my thing. So it's not as nice as your sign, but it gets me within a few feet of the last time. And see, here's I found some.
That's what you say.
Well, and at the end of the day, oh, look at that. At the end of the day, we have to proceed on good faith because, you could present your pictures and I could have just says, well, that's what you say. But I take you at your word.
No. I have a smurfing sign that I post next to, not the elevation of the pooping water line. There's a 10-foot disparity in the Chesapeake Bay, my man. Come on.
Well, and that's the other thing I didn't understand. If I'm measuring the angle between the edge of the water and the horizon, then if I'm near the edge of the water, why would it matter how high me and the water
exactly. Were? Here we go. Goddamn, here we go. You ready for this? Then when I show my images of the channel marker 17 at different levels and someone says, well, what was the tide height? I could just go back to what you're saying right now and say it doesn't matter what the tide height is. Doesn't matter.
Well, you're wrong here because your tides get far away from you because you don't move. Jesse makes sure he's about the same elevation above the water.
Go ahead, Jesse.
That's a good point. Your buoys would go up and down with the tide, wouldn't they? And since you weren't going up and down with the tide, then if the tide was low, they would appear a lot lower in the picture, and if the tide was high, then they would appear higher. And so maybe that is a variable.
Okay, right. That's fine. Look, that's fine. If you want to figure out the parallax of a channel marker at 500 meters, go ahead. I don't think personally.
What kind of tide do you have there? What's the difference?
I would say it's probably somewhere between 10 and 12 feet.
Mm-hmm. So you get 10 and 12 feet difference.
And I'm somewhere in between, right? At a position that's always fixed.
No, you're at a position that always fixed. The water change 10 or 12 feet.
It doesn't change the position of the target that I'm looking at.
No. Well, the target, no, but the buoys.
It doesn't change.
The water raised 12 feet up.
Not all the time, man.
What?
Not all the time.
Sometimes they do. So how do we know?
No, I don't.
Do you have this was low tide, this was high tide? How do we know?
Yeah. You can be happy to orient the control that I implement in all of my photos. On the Chesapeake On the Chesapeake Bay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 observations. I have a particular way on my channel that I have absolutely explained how I orient my observation to be as consistent as possible. Well, you could hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. You can find any point that you can match up with another, and every other point will be off. You can then choose any other point and match that up, and every other will be off. You can not blink test this. Now, let's go back to my question I had just a moment ago. Jesse, it looks like you're dancing back and forth with something. Can I share my screen, please?
Oh, I just want to show you something about orientation. See this post here in the water?
Yep.
That's the cloudy day. It didn't show up very good because the sun wasn't hitting it. But there it is on the sunny day, showing up nice and bright with the sun hitting it.
Higher, okay. Where's the other one?
The sign.
Go back, go find the original photograph without the text so that we can see without obstruction. Because again, look, brother, listen, man. Look, I'm just a guy, right? I'm not trying to fucking crucify you. So find the top left image without any edit and show me that sign. Next to the other one without any edit. That's what I would do for you.
The original probably will have the GPS data on them. No problem.
I don't give a shit about GPS. I've been at the water. Hold on. Yeah, hot. I have been at the water's edge. I have been in the water and told that I am 20 feet elevation.
No, you have no data. You don't know if you took the picture on high tide, low tide, what you're looking at.
I'm going to say it again, Chikey. Here we go. Ready?
I understand. You take it from the same position. I got it.
There we go.
Okay, so just point out the sign that's absolutely bold and stark. I can't see it.
It's right here. It's right here.
Great. Awesome. Now, what you need to do is choose which one you're going to overlay.
What?
How are you going to determine the difference between the two? You can see both targets, right? To me, the one on the right seems more stark and bold. The one on the left, less.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What target?
Okay. Go to the slide to the right over to like 1670 okay, almost like 1700. 1700. Right there. 1700 to the left. There you go. Okay? Put that over the top of the other image with that and show me what you got.
Oh, copy and paste?
With a bit of transparency, please. No, sir. No, sir. The entire image. Overlay it with transparency. Because it seems to me that even though you have a different elevation, at least your distance isn't crazy. Right? If your elevation has a disparity of 10 feet, well, your distance isn't going to really matter that much with parallax. You know what I'm saying?
How is that going to affect the
the fact that no, oh my god,
the horizon position we're talking about.
I only have a master's degree, boys. Come on, please catch up. Please catch up. Please catch up. Will the world slims lady please catch up? Please catch up.
How is it going to affect the position of the horizon?
Yeah, you don't belong here, Chike.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Thank you.
All Jesse is interested in is the position of the horizon. It has nothing to do with the horizontal orientation.
Oh my god, you people
guys
don't
prefer-
belong.
It's not.
You don't
it's
belong
not
here,
under my
guys.
God. It's
You
not
don't
under
belong
my
here.
God.
Whoa,
It
wait,
is. It's an oh my Satan.
1 second.
No,
Which one
it
of you
literally
guys
doesn't matter.
puts ketchup on hot dogs? I just want to know.
I do not.
Just mustard.
Just mustard. Okay. Anybody else?
Kraut.
Ketchup on a hot dog.
Kraut.
Oh, looks like we have some civilized people in here. I like it. All right, so Jesse, did we figure out what's going on with that picture? He wants the entire picture.
Overlay the entire picture.
But why? What does it
If
matter?
I have to, if I
Are you
have
not
to
familiar with
explain
the
this
blink
to
test?
you, yeah, right. If I have to explain this to you, you.
What does the blink test matter? Why does it matter?
So you are familiar.
Absolutely.
You don't belong here.
No. Come on, Jarvis, man. Stop being an idiot.
Everybody belongs. We want to just give a shout out to this Flat Earth. Thank you for having us here. I got a Discord link in the description.
Hammer, you rock, bro. You rock,
Check
bro.
it out.
I'm gonna start calling you Thor.
Thor is from a flat planet, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
And he also carries a hammer, right?
I mean, just look at those two images. The position of the theodolite to the horizon. Like, who would take that seriously?
Again, what does this matter in terms of vertical
If
angle?
you don't know, you don't belong in this conversation.
Well, a minute ago, you didn't understand the vertical angles at all, but now you're telling me that I don't know.
That's not what. No, that's not what that confusion was about. No.
So you did know what the numbers meant on the readout. Because you sounded very confused a few minutes ago.
If you have Negator, if you have any original footage that you would like to produce for us to consider, otherwise, this is Jesse's, not yours.
It's true, and I'm trying to figure out why you're leading them along this irrelevant path of overlaying the image.
I get it, man. You don't get it. I get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. I get it. You don't get it.
No, it's weird. Like, you have a weird ego problem. I think that's why you try to catch people in technicalities.
You think?
The basis for your position is idiotic.
Well, let's just address that real quick. What are we doing here then? Is it not to scrutinize data?
Well, overlaying the image horizontally doesn't have anything to do with the data, which focuses on the verticality.
Okay, then look. Then satisfy me. You know, I'm just like a kindergartner here. You know,
there you go. This is the guy with the masters who's so smart.
Yeah, if you prove it wrong, I'll say. But up to this point, I don't see it. You know,
I like it. It's a little bit of a Christopher Walken there, I think.
Well, as if you think that it's Christopher Walken, then I guess I'm doing it right. You know, more cowbell or ether band, whichever.
This is Flat Earth.
We like to have fun. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a little fun, bro. I mean,
we have
presented with what's been going on here.
We have the most
here
fun
in reality.
Yeah.
This is flat Earth, bud.
I didn't get it. How does
the ability to be serious?
How does
look,
the instrument?
Look,
how does the orientation?
Smurf, Jesse, what the Smurf are you doing? Overlay one image to another. Why do you have 3 Kraken different little cut and paste?
I love the Smurf,
bro.
Man.
What the crack?
Real quick, because we have
you have exactly what you wanted, Travis.
Yeah, I could do it. You want me to do it? I could do it. You want me to do it? I could take 2 images. You want me to do it? I could do it.
Don't you think it's getting a little nitpicky though? When you like, I get the attitude problem or whatever, but it's getting a little nitpicky when you like. He's on how he's communicating specifically.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
It's not at all because you guys have been talking in circles for hours, right? Like,
wait.
If you don't understand what's being said, you should ask clarifying questions, right? And I don't think you understood up until recently. Yeah,
I have been, and once again, to recap, right, to where we've gotten so far, I feel like is that Jesse has basically said that he's taken these pictures, right, to get an angle, and there was really no point to it. That's what I've gotten so far from it.
No. Why did he say the angle was different? Because that was the point.
Well, the angle was different because he changed the angle of the instrument. He specifically said he pointed the instrument up at the bow of the ship in order to measure the difference.
The point of this exercise was to measure the angle to the horizon on a clear day and on a not clear day.
You cut out there. Hold on. I just want to make sure we get that clear. What was the point again? Because you cut out.
To measure the vertical angle to the horizon on a day or 2 different days under 2 different sets of conditions.
I didn't see him do that once, though, in those 2 images. He said he pointed level, right? He didn't point it to the horizon, and then he pointed it to the bow of the ship. So,
okay.
Once again, we talk. Well, wait a minute. We talk about. Hold on. Yeah, we talk about confusion and what's going on here, and it seems like what you're telling me is different from what the person who took these images just told us an explanation for.
No, you missed something.
Listen, hold on. Listen.
No, there's no
guys.
hold on. Hammer doesn't understand. I need to explain it more. The 6 total images, Hammer. You've seen this. So on Jesse's screen, he has 2.
Yep.
He has 2 images on the left and 1 image on the right. Those we're comparing left side to right side. Okay. As well as the left top.
Where's the?
I got you. Why are we comparing the left to the right now?
Because the left images were taken on one particular day, and the right image was taken on a different day.
Yeah, where's the topography on the left?
Okay,
hang on. Hang on. Go ahead.
So why the comparison?
Because different days under different conditions will refract light different.
Who said?
But you're hold on, Travis. You're
Sorry.
critiquing him in the in his breaking down of where these images were taken, right? And he's pointing out how he specifically takes images from the same spot all the time for a reason of to show a different. Like you're saying you're trying to compare these 2 images, but if you can't explain where they were taken from and if they were taken within the same sort of conditions as far as you setting it up, right, to display different conditions of the natural conditions that you're trying to display, don't you see how that kind of conflicts a little bit?
No, because refraction changes ever so slightly from day to day, and that's the
refraction
point.
Refraction's regardless of where you put the camera. If you want to try and show that, you're going to have to show that at the same spot all the time, right? Otherwise, you're putting in another variable there.
Really? Suppose one image.
Yes, Chikey, and I would like Negator. We're trying to clear this up. I would like Negator to respond to that.
I'm trying to clear this up. So let's say the left image was taken.
All you're doing is muddying the water at this point.
No, I'm not. You didn't hear me.
Yeah, Chikey.
You didn't hear me, and I'm muddying the water. Say the left picture
down.
was taken
You
in
see
United
what I mean,
States.
Negator? And we get blamed for this, right? I've tried to
No.
just rationally talk to you right now and
I
try
am
to
talking
figure out
rationally.
what's going on, and then
Sit
this
down, Chikey.
this guy comes in to just
Look, I'm trying to talk. This
poison the
asshole
well,
talking over me.
essentially.
So if
You're
the
not.
left
Nobody's
picture, let
talking
me-
over you,
let
Chikey.
me-
You've
do,
walked
right
into the middle
now.
of something. You've walked
Right
into the middle of
into
something
right
in which
now.
you
Well,
weren't
we
asked
all
for
talking, aren't we?
any kind of
Listen.
opinion. I apologize.
Listen,
I would like
you
to hear
asked
what
a
you have to
question.
say.
You did.
I
You
asked.
did ask
I
a
asked a
question.
question. Yes, to Negator, not to you.
Ah,
and I appreciate
only
your.
Negator can answer it.
No, I would like your input, but first, because Negator and I were
Okay,
going back
Negator,
and
answer
forth,
it.
I would like him to just allow this for 1 second, please.
It's in the same. It's on the same point on the shore. It's pointed at the horizon. I don't know what else matters.
Where's the horizon?
Well, I guess again, because I'm completely lost. We've clarified some readings on this Nikon thing, right? Like the HA is the horizontal angle, or he's saying the left to right. Do I follow that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So that would be like the X axis, I guess.
Sure.
X, Y, Z. That's correct.
Okay, the VA is going to be our Y axis, up and down.
No. The Z is vertical. The Y is. Hold on.
The X, Y, all that stuff doesn't. No, all that doesn't matter. Yes, the vertical angle is the VA.
Hold on.
That's the
Listen,
yeah.
come on, Negator. Come on. I'm trying. Listen, if Hammer asks me to clarify, or if he says, I didn't understand
Wait, isn't he
anything.
muddying the water? Huh?
No,
Negator,
Hammer said it's like the X and it's like the Y. All right.
Okay,
I just need
listen. Okay,
clarification on
stop.
what that reading is.
Okay, so
please.
if you hold a compass in front of you,
Isn't
Hammer,
Negator
right, it's going to give
supposed
you
to
a.
answer?
Okay, Hammer. Whenever you're ready, I can clarify things, please.
Appreciate you.
Okay.
So, all right. I just need to put it out. I just need clarification on what those readings are, right? To anybody in the room, and let's get Chikey in there for his response as well whenever that's done.
So
horizontal just means it's left and right. Like if you're
Why are you talking? He totally just said Chikey. I want to talk.
Well, I said Chikey. Okay, again, I said Chikey after, and I said I basically posed that to anybody. I said to anybody, I just need clarification on the Nikon thing, right? What are we looking at as far as those numbers? And then Chikey's trying to get in because I cut him off.
May I address
and
that?
allow him to speak?
Wait, before Jesse, before you said something, they have to be taken from the same place. Why? The water different in China and United States? They level differently?
No,
Thank you very much. So it doesn't matter where he takes it, as long as he takes it from about the same elevation above the water in China, in United States, in a lake, or wherever it does it. Doesn't matter at all.
If you're gonna take pretty pictures, sure, but if you're trying to actually do like scientific data and do comparisons of these things, it probably is important the position where you're taking these photos.
Are the water in China leveled differently than the water in United States?
Nope. All water is horizontal.
All water.
I'm gonna objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. Relevance to anything that we've been saying in the past 5 minutes.
That is relevance because it doesn't matter where you do it. The water is water, and he's showing difference in condition. The water is the same water. It still level itself, however it does.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
All right. In the top picture, where is the horizon, Chikey?
Which top picture?
The third picture, I guess.
Well, it's hard to say. That's why it shows the water line on the ship, because the horizon is not clear.
No, he didn't. In number 3, he didn't
Well,
choose
ask
the
him.
water. In number 3, the water line of the ship is not lined up with the crosshairs.
I know, but he asked where the horizon, and I answered the horizon is difficult to tell in this picture.
Not to me.
Because the condition, you can tell where the horizon is? Wait.
Yup.
You can't see it?
No.
Where would you guess that the horizon is?
Where the ship is?
Where the ship is, okay.
It's not below the ship. It can't be below the waterline of the ship. It might be above, behind it, but it can't be below it. That's the point of the ship.
You want to add some degrees to the horizon?
So why did you put the crosshairs where you have them?
Well, that kind of gets. Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Because I knew nobody would tell me that the water or that the horizon was lower than the point where the water line was on the ship.
What? That doesn't. Okay, I'm sorry, man. Listen,
Balance.
Jesse, Jesse, really, man. Listen, we had a great beginning. Right now, I don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. Why? Listen, hold on. My ex-wife would always respond to something that never happened. Why are you creating a scenario that hasn't happened? Why are you imagining what I would do when I haven't done it?
Well, I didn't.
So where's the horizon?
I didn't take these pictures just for you. I made this before we had this discussion, obviously.
No, that's not the point. Stop. You said I did this because someone would say. Why would you put words into someone who doesn't exist, who couldn't say what you think they're gonna say?